we are continuing to increase our cancer workforce. From November 24 to 25, the cancer workforce grew by more than 4%. The cancer plan is committed to making sure that we've got the staff where we need them, when we need them, and we're rebalancing cancer training places targeted at trusts in rural and coastal areas such as East Durham to improve patient outcomes.
Tim Farrell.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome what the Minister has just said in response to my honourable friend's question, but we start a long way behind. The average in OECD countries is that 53% of people with cancer have access to radiotherapy. In England, it is 36%. In South Cumbria and Lancashire, the worst in the country, just 29%. There's no doubt in our communities in South Cumbria that is down to the fact that my patients in our communities have to travel 3-hour round trips to get treatment at Preston every day. Will she support the new plans we've got to bring a satellite radiotherapy unit to Kendal so that people in our communities can have shorter journeys and longer lives?
Minister.
I thank him for his question, and we share a part of that ICB because it covers my constituency as well. And this is why we've made a commitment in the cancer plan to make sure that coastal and rural areas are getting services that they need. It's why we're investing more in radiotherapy machines, and it's why we're working with ICBs to work with them to make sure that they're providing the services that are needed by their communities, and that we're supporting the recruitment of the cancer workforce necessary to be able to go into those particular rural areas as well.
Douglas McAllister.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer is the canary in the coal mine for the NHS. For far too many cancer patients, the NHS wasn't there for them when they needed it under the Tories. With Labour, an extra 213,000 patients have been diagnosed or received the all-clear on time. Lots done and lots more to do. That is why I pay tribute to the leadership of my honourable friend, the Minister for Primary Care and Prevention, and her National Cancer Plan. She's poured her heart and soul into that plan, all the while living with and being treated for cancer. We are investing an extra £2.3 billion in diagnostic capacity to deliver 9.5 million more tests by the end of this Parliament. Catching cancer earlier, treating it faster and preventing it in the first place is how we will save more lives.
McAllister.
Speaker, I welcome the focus of the National Cancer Plan on diagnosing cancer faster. This is needed across all cancers, but particularly with respect to leukaemia. Research by Leukaemia UK found that 1 in 4 patients face an avoidable delay in their diagnosis, and 37% of patients are diagnosed in an emergency setting. Can the Secretary of State set out how the implementation of the National Cancer Plan will address delays in diagnosing leukaemia, and what steps the Department will take to reduce the proportion of patients who are diagnosed through an emergency route?
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue? He's absolutely right that leukaemia patients are disproportionately diagnosed too late. We're working with GPs so that they're better prepared to spot symptoms or concerning blood test results to cut out avoidable delays. But the real difference will come with the introduction of genomic testing at birth, allowing the NHS to leapfrog rare cancers like leukaemia so it can be caught early or even prevented in the first place. Lots done, certainly lots more to do.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I met with the Big C in Kings Lynn recently, I heard about the anxiety caused with only 52% of patients locally being treated within 2 months compared to a national average of 71.9%. What action is the Secretary of State's department taking to support the Queen Elizabeth Hospital Trust to improve its performance for patients?
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. It's not just about diagnosis, it's also about faster access to treatment. We are meeting the faster diagnosis standard with performance at 77.4% in December 2025, and we're aiming to improve this to 80% by the end of March this year. We've got to go a lot further and a lot faster on the commencement of treatment. And while I will be very forthcoming and proud of the progress that we are making and the targets we are hitting, where we're falling short, and we're still falling far too short when it comes to access to cancer treatment, we'll acknowledge that, address it and make sure we make more progress more quickly.
Then make her there.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mental health issues affect all ages, and the support isn't always there. That's why we're determined to change that. We've hired almost 8,000 extra mental health workers since we came into office and increased investment in mental health by an additional £688 million this year. We're also transforming services through community-based 24/7 mental health centres, providing open access to treatment and support for adults with severe mental health needs, expanding NHS talking therapies and rolling out mental health support teams in more schools.
The work that the NHS is doing on this is absolutely vital, but can I draw the Minister's attention to Mind in Hackney, which is pioneering a new approach to make sure that within 2 weeks people get 2 sessions of mental health support, and then later on they can get more, but rather than waiting in a queue for 6 months for long-term support, they get that, and for very many people that is enough with a long-term treatment plan. Could I urge the Minister to come and have a visit? It's only half an hour up the road from Westminster. You can fit it in before PMQs.
Depends on the traffic, Minister.
Very grateful to my honourable friend's invitation, and she's absolutely right. We do need to think of innovative ways of attacking the mental health issues that are facing our country, in particular our young people. That includes both digital and face-to-face therapies, both of which we're expanding at rapid pace, and I'm delighted to pass on her invitation to the appropriate Minister.
Sir Julian.
Has the Minister had any opportunity to form conclusions about whether or not excessive involvement with social media and other online potential harms has contributed to an apparent significant increase in the levels of mental health disorders?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman is right to highlight this very live issue at the moment. As a doctor, as a parent, as a minister, it is live on my mind as it is in the minds of honourable members across this House. It's important we follow the evidence. It's important we act safely and proportionately in terms of that evidence. And the honourable gentleman will know this government's ambition and direction that it wants to set in ensuring that young people are kept safe online.
Lewis Atkinson.
Mr. Speaker, analysis by Rethink Mental Illness of the latest NHS waiting time statistics shows that people are 8 times more likely to wait over 18 months for mental health treatment than for physical health treatment. Does the Minister agree with me that waiting 18 months for mental health treatment is totally unacceptable? And will the government set out what steps it will take to cut adult mental health waiting times?
Minister.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for that, and absolutely it is unacceptable that there is still a disparity between mental health and physical health when it comes to investigation, diagnosis and treatment. That's why this government is very proud to put in record amounts of funding into the NHS for mental health, and we're also making available £473 million of capital funding to encourage and establish 24/7 neighbourhood mental health centres alongside other capital priorities, so people can get the right support at the right time closer to home.
Ms Brown-Fuller.
After my young constituent was left in limbo between CAMS, health services and neurodevelopment pathways, with nobody claiming responsibility for her healthcare needs, her mum called 111 just to get some advice, and the advice was, if you're not happy with the service, contact your MP. With all mental health and emergency services absolutely stretched to breaking point, what tangible action can this government refer to that they're taking to address the mental health crisis in our neurodiverse population so that nobody else in my constituency has failed like this young lady?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I think all of us are distressed to hear stories like this, and what motivates us to keep going and making sure that the NHS becomes a match-fit service for the 21st century. To reassure her, we are also, in addition to the other investments that I've highlighted today, investing £13 million to pilot enhanced training for staff so they can offer more support to young people with complex needs, such as those that she has described.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It should not be so difficult for women to get a diagnosis for a condition that every single one of us goes through. And that is why this government made a landmark step forward by including menopause in the NHS health check for the first time ever. And assessments for those eligible will benefit around 5 million women. But we're going further next year. Menopause will be one of the first conditions on a revolutionary new digital hospital NHS online.
Hear, hear.
I thank the Minister. Women in my constituency experiencing perimenopause and menopause symptoms tell me of a very, very varied experiences of going to their GPs, some excellent and some, frankly, alarmingly poor. And I was particularly concerned to hear from South Asian women of their experiences when they went with menopausal and perimenopausal symptoms. So what steps is the department taking to ensure that all GPs receive thorough and regular training that's appropriate to all London's communities?
Minister.
Well, she makes an excellent and a very unfortunate point that many of us will absolutely recognise, that variability in service is something we need to address through things like the health check, through training that is being rolled out both by the GMC and by the Royal Colleges. We need to go further. There are some great examples in London across the country of multidisciplinary teams that are helping with that training, specialist services, things like menopause cafes to support women. We need to take those best examples to the rest of the NHS.
Speaker, HRT is a godsend for many women experiencing menopause, but there is a dire shortage of HRT implants, particularly those for women for whom other treatments don't work. These are unlicensed medicines, but they are absolutely essential for treatment, and there are women in my constituency who are suffering very badly, very poor mental and physical health impacts as a result. And I've exchanged a number of written questions with the Minister, especially the member for Glasgow South West. But we really want to know when action is going to be taken on this and when we can get the implants that these women so desperately need.
A member makes an important point about supply and availability across the country. That is something that we obviously monitor regularly and make sure that if there is a shortage, and if there's a shortage of particular medicine in a particular area, that there are alternatives available. We'll continue to keep that under review and make sure that women have the services and the medication that they need.
Peter Mandelson.
7, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will take questions 7 and 23 together. We know that dentistry was left in crisis by the party opposite, but this government is determined to ensure that everyone can access a dentist when they need one. We have recently broadened access to dental appointments so that patients with more serious and ongoing treatment no longer miss out. And between April and October 2025, we delivered 1.8 million more treatments compared to the same period before the general election.
Peter Mandelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. In the Buckingham and Bletchley constituency, I have a constituent who is waiting root canal and crown treatment to save her tooth, but she has been quoted NHS treatment at £400 with a 60% chance of success, but private healthcare at £1,300 with a 90% success rate. Hopefully the Minister agrees with me that this mismatch risks undermining confidence in NHS dentistry. So can he update the House on what steps he is taking to reform the NHS dental contract so that constituents like mine can receive timely and high quality care within financial reach?
Well, I was very sorry to hear about the plight of my honourable friend's constituent, and I'd be, of course, more than happy to look into the specifics of her case. The sad reality is that after 14 years of Tory neglect and incompetence, we have ended up with a two-tier dentistry system. This government is determined to ensure that high-quality NHS dentistry is available to everyone who needs it. The 2026 reforms that I announced on the 16th of December will help patients who have complex needs by creating a new care pathway backed by tariffs for dentists of between £250 and £700, which could save patients up to £225 in fees. So our 2026 measures, combined with long-term contract reform, will indeed enable timely, high-quality treatment that is within financial reach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 14 years of Conservative rule has consequences for the children in my constituency. A quarter of them have tooth decay. The opposition can shake their heads as much as they like. This is the real-world impact of the decisions that you made. These children are some of the most deprived in Derbyshire, and the ICB found that they're more likely than the wealthier constituents 3 miles up the road to have tooth decay. Now, I am pleased that we are fixing dentistry. We're getting more urgent dentist appointments, and we've got the rollout of supervised toothbrushing in schools, but we need to do more. What more is this government doing to address this inequality and help children in my constituency that are in pain?
Well, I thank her for that question, and she's absolutely right. The Conservatives failed our children's health, with tooth decay the most common reason for hospital admissions for 5 to 9-year-olds, a truly shameful Dickensian state of affairs. We have provided Derbyshire County Council with £82,000 for this year's supervised toothbrushing programme, with further funding agreed till 28-29. I'm delighted that of the 42,000 increase in the number of treatments in Derby and Derbyshire ICB, 19,000 of these were for children, and by extending the soft drinks industry levy, we will protect kids' teeth from decay, a policy that's emblematic of the shift from treatment to prevention, which is at the heart of our 10-year plan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents continue to find it very difficult to get an appointment with an NHS dentist. Can the Minister outline what steps he is taking to encourage dentists in rural areas so that my constituents have access to an NHS dentist? He says 14.
I thank him for that question. I still do think, Mr. Speaker, we come to this chamber month in, month out for these oral questions, and we never hear an apology from the benches opposite for the mess that they left NHS dentistry in. For the party opposite, sorry really does seem to be the hardest word. With regard to the honourable gentleman's question, we have delivered 1.8 million additional appointments between April and October 25 compared to the same period before the general election. I would be happy to furnish him with the numbers precisely of how many more in his constituency and his ICB area have been provided. He can watch his postbox for that information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On urgent dental appointments, the Daily Mirror reports that of the nearly 1 million appointments that have been commissioned by Integrated Care Boards since April, 900,000 have not been taken up because of strict rules around the scope of treatment. Meanwhile, in my constituency of Waveney Valley and around the country, too many people are going without the treatment that they need. Could the Minister update on when the government expects to meet its targets on urgent appointments?
Well, I thank him for that question. Our manifesto commitment was about improving access to urgent dental care. That's precisely what we've done by commissioning hundreds of thousands of additional urgent treatments. It became clear as we were working through that process that the clinical definition was too narrow and out of step with a common sense interpretation. So we acted on the advice of the Chief Dental Officer. We broadened the definition. From this April, urgent care will be embedded in the contract, and of course we continue to work with the sector on long-term contract reform.
Helen Morgan, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in this House knows that NHS dentistry was allowed to fall apart under the Conservatives. From DIY tooth extractions to people forcing to go to A&E because they're in pain, and children are suffering in every corner of the country. Last year, 38,000 children in Shropshire didn't see a dentist. In Surrey, that number was 100,000, and in Sussex, 133,000. It's a disgrace. Now, the government promised an extra 700,000 urgent appointments to fight this crisis, but it looks set to have been broken in the previous year. Can the Minister today highlight in black and white how many extra urgent appointments were actually delivered last year rather than simply commissioned?
Minister.
Well, I thank you for that question, and as I just pointed out to the gentleman opposite, we've broadened the definition because the clinical definition of urgent was simply not in line with the common sense interpretation. So we were having people removing their own teeth through DIY dentistry who were not fitting into the classification of urgent. So we've changed that categorisation. As a result of that, I'm very pleased to confirm that we have delivered 1.8 million additional appointments and treatments this year compared to the same period last year, that is April to October 2025. And we will continue to work on that basis of embedding urgent care into the contract as per what I announced on the 16th of December with the 2026 reforms that we are carrying out.
Serena Brackenwood.
Thank you. Question 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've now got ambulances arriving faster, but we know there is much more to do. We've taken action to reduce handover delays by introducing release to rescue 45-minute handovers, supporting ambulances back onto the road to respond to patients faster, and we've invested in an extra 500 ambulances. And I'm pleased to announce that as a result of this government's investment in modernisation, West Midlands ambulances are reaching patients with conditions like suspected heart attacks and strokes almost 7 minutes faster this winter than last winter.
Serena Brackenwood.
Mr. Speaker, I also thank the Minister for her update. I welcome the progress made with ambulance response times and also handovers. I recently visited Willinghall Ambulance Hub to thank the incredible staff and to hear about winter pressures, local handover delays and the strain of late finishes on their family life and childcare. Can the Minister outline what action is being taken to tackle systemic bottlenecks in A&E departments, high bed occupancy and pharmacy delays to protect staff wellbeing and ensure high patient quality care?
Minister.
Thank you. And can I commend her for visiting her ambulance service to understand the pressures that they're working on? I think many honourable members do, and it is a really useful visit to understand those wider issues, as she says. She raised an important point about handover delays impacting staff as well as patients, but reducing these delays will ensure that staff are no longer stuck outside emergency departments. On the wider issue about the front door, NHS England's Model ED will set out core principles and pathways for high-performing emergency departments, which will improve patient experience and flow with lower waiting times and less overcrowding, and we're committed to improving rest facilities to support staff wellbeing.
Alan Maguire.
Mr Speaker, in November I joined a local ambulance crew and saw firsthand the great work that they do for our community, but services are under huge strain. So will the Minister designate ambulance stations as critical infrastructure to protect them from closure and set up an emergency fund to support them?
Natalie.
Again, I commend her for going out with her particular crews. One of the issues with why we've been so successful this year in improving the services is because of looking at things like where ambulances are located and how they are operationalising their services. We'll continue to work with NHS England on the best model for local constituencies.
Hear, hear. Lucy College.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We inherited a broken NHS dental system with many people unable to access a dentist when they need one, including in my honourable friend's constituency. But we're making real progress, having increased the number of NHS treatments by 1.8 million between April and October 2025 compared to the same period before the general election. As a result of this nationwide increase, I'm pleased to report that 89,000 more NHS dental treatments were delivered between April and October last year in Lancashire and South Cumbria ICB area, which of course includes my honourable friend's constituency.
Lizzie College.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, one of my constituents contacted me because their spouse is bedbound and he can't get dental care at home. So he gets no routine care and he recently waited 3 months for an emergency extraction, something he could have had on the same day if he'd not been disabled. So can the Minister tell me what work is happening to help my constituents access the care that they need?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank her for that question. I'm really sorry to hear about the plight of her constituent. And I'd, of course, be more than happy to meet with her and perhaps and to look into the specifics of the case. Specialised dental services have a vitally important role to play in providing dental treatment to vulnerable people in settings such as care homes. I think in many cases this is about teamwork and integration, making sure that primary dental care is working in lockstep with adult social care, and there is clearly some room for improvement in some areas, and I'd be happy to work with her on ensuring that this issue gets resolved.
Nad Shah.
Question number 10, please, Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The 10-year health plan announced ambitious measures to make the healthy choice the easy choice, and this includes tackling the obesity epidemic through mandatory healthy food sales reporting, business targets to increase the healthiness of products sold, and restrictions on junk food advertising.
Nad Shah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for that? In Bradford West, more than 1 in 5 children begin primary school overweight or obese, and by the time they leave primary school, that figure rises to 1 in 3 children. Can the Minister set out how this government's world-leading new ban on junk food advertising will help parents to give every child the best and healthiest start in life?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for outlining the very real crisis that we have in terms of childhood obesity, and it's a problem that robs children of the best possible start in life and sets them up for a whole lifetime of health problems. It's why this government has come down hard and delivered our commitment to restrict advertisements for junk food on TV and online. This action will remove around 7.2 billion calories from children's diets every single year.
Mr Speaker, as the House will know, pharmacies are an important part of the system to prevent ill health.
Last week I raised the challenges that pharmacies in my constituency of South West Hertfordshire and across the country are facing due to rising costs and a lack of funding support. Having written to the Minister for Care in April of last year and followed up several times since, could the Minister advise how I can arrange a meeting with him to discuss these concerns further?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. The Minister responsible runs a regular ministerial surgery and will be more than happy to meet with you.
Minister, Shadow Minister Dr Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I declare my interest as a consultant paediatrician in the NHS. Mr Speaker, prevention of ill health is crucial. It's particularly important in children, and perhaps most especially when one is trying to prevent ill health being caused to children by doctors. I've expressed concerns previously about the puberty blockers trial. Many in both houses have too. The trial has now been paused due to an MHRI letter. So, when were ministers first aware of that letter, and when were they first aware of the concerns described within it?
Minister.
Thank you for a question. The regulators are doing their job. This is a perfectly ordinary occurrence in terms of certain research trials. They have paused, as she's made the House aware, and I'm sure the House is already aware. But we will leave the regulators and the clinicians who are doing their job to make sure that all the trials, including this one, are done in an appropriate fashion.
Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. That's a very interesting answer. Before this Christmas, the Secretary of State had confidence in an allegedly vigorous and rigorous process. But fertility preservation techniques have not deteriorated over the last few months. The age at which children reach each Tanner stage of puberty haven't changed over the last few months. But the MHRA's view has. Why? Given that this is such a scrutinised trial, does this not call into question the MHRA's wider competence and due diligence? And will she publish the letter from November from the MHRA referred to into the more recent correspondence that they published on Friday?
So what she highlights is part of this rigorous process. That's what happens. Why the MHRA have changed is a question for the MHRA, but it is up to them to raise these issues through the process, and this is why we run such trials. It's an independent regulator.
Con Miller.
Question 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has made tackling violence against women and girls a priority across this government, and every public service must play our part. In the NHS, we'll be supporting GPs to identify, support and refer victims and survivors into specialist services. This will include a specialist support worker every GP practice can draw on, and training GPs to spot the signs of domestic abuse and sexual violence. As part of the government's VORG strategy, Health will provide an additional £5 million for victim support services and up to £50 million to roll out specialist services for child sexual abuse victims. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for that answer. I recently had the opportunity to visit the dedicated staff at Survivor Space, a centre for the victims of sexual violence in Oxford that serves my constituents. There I was shocked to learn that victims and survivors of sexual violence may wait up to 2 years for a counselling session, and further appalled to learn that at least one had been advised they could not access NHS mental health services until they had first had counselling from Survivor Space. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that no survivor should have to wait 2 years for this treatment? And would he or one of the ministers meet with me and representatives from Survivor Space to discuss how this dedicated healthcare funding can get to the front line and support these critical services? I wholeheartedly agree with the honourable members, and I would say two things in response to the point he raises. Firstly, the voluntary and community sector does and should continue to provide support for victims. The voluntary sector does a brilliant job. They often do it in an environment that feels safer and more inclusive, and we should welcome that. But the existence of voluntary sector provision does not excuse the NHS from performing its duties. And one of the changes that I have led in the culture of the leadership of my department is to recognise that when it comes to investing in NHS services for victims and survivors, those are NHS and DHSE responsibilities, not Home Office, not MOJ or others. We have to take responsibility for meeting the needs of everyone. There is, of course, more to do specifically on waiting times, and I'll be delighted to make sure that he gets the meeting asked for.
Dr Becky Cooper.
Question 12, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We're revolutionising our country's health and wellbeing through our 10-year health plan, delivering the 3 major shifts, boosting life expectancy and improving mental health for everyone everywhere. And we're shifting from prioritising tackling sickness to prevention, including through action to create a smoke-free generation via the Tobacco and Vapes Bill.
Dr Becky Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And it's great to hear that wellbeing is being built in through the shift to prevention in our National Health Strategy. Would the Minister agree with me that we should now champion health in all policies, starting with the mandatory use of the wellbeing indicators available for the Treasury Green Book, currently used sporadically at best?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. My honourable friend will know that that is a decision, a question for Treasury colleagues. But of course, this government is a mission-led government and is committed to healthy outcomes across government, not just in the DHSC.
Joe Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State for Health has compared GP salaries to that of the Prime Minister. Now, I can understand why the Health Secretary is taking a keen interest in how much a Prime Minister gets paid. But can the government assure this House that the GP contract will see an increase in GP funding over and above their inflationary pressures, because they are on the front line of ensuring national wellbeing indicators in this country improve?
Just about scrape something together, Minister.
I'm not entirely sure what any of that question had to do with wellbeing indicators, but fair enough.
No, just a minute. Just say, let me do my job, I'll let you do yours. You try and answer it. I did put that caveat on at the end.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I can confirm that my honourable friend, the Minister responsible, will be laying a written ministerial statement at 4 o'clock today, where the contract for 26-27 will be laid out.
Dr Elpington.
Question 13, Mr Speaker.
Marvellous. Minister.
Mr Speaker, every child with a disability should have the opportunity to reap the health and well-being benefits of being active. We are working across health, education and sports to break down barriers to physical activity, including for children with Down syndrome. This includes making sure they have access to inclusive, sensory-rich activities they can enjoy with friends, family and carers.
Dr Elpington.
Grateful to the Minister's answer. I recently had a meeting with British Gymnastics, the Stepping Stone charity and Prime Acrobatics, a wonderful and inclusive gymnastics centre in my Surrey Heath constituency, who told me that young people with Down syndrome are routinely prevented from taking part in physical activity and sport because of concerns about neck stability. And I wondered if the Minister might be willing to take this case on, to work with GPs, the NHS and relevant bodies to review the guidance that guides that area, and to remove some of the barriers that too often prevents young people from engaging with the physical and sporting activities that are so vital to their physical and mental well-being.
Minister.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for raising that point. He's not the first member to have raised that specific issue. Clearly, patient safety and child safety is paramount, but I think it must be proportionate and led by evidence, and I'm very happy to explore this further with him.
Dr Brady.
Question number 14, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable lady, my honourable friend, for her work on raising the profile of this underserved area. It is simply unacceptable that disabled women are at a higher risk of neonatal and perinatal mortality and stillbirth, and that they continue to experience adverse outcomes relative to the general population. That's why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has launched an independent maternity investigation that will help us understand the systemic issues behind why so many families, including disabled women, experience unacceptable care.
Richard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Too often disabled women's bodies are deemed not to count. In the last year, I've met 2 incredible disabled women, Carly, a Paralympiad, and Sarah, an occupational therapist. Neither found out that they were pregnant until their 2nd and 3rd trimesters, respectively, because none of their clinicians considered that they might be pregnant. Wow. But we are making babies, Mr Speaker. We are having babies and we are being brilliant mothers. Against the odds. Odds which mean we have a 44% higher likelihood of stillbirth. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss ensuring inclusive maternity care for disabled women is at the heart of our women's health strategy so that our womanhood is no longer invisible?
Mr. Speaker, we are so lucky to have my honourable friend in this place challenging us to be better, and we can be better. We need to be bolder and take decisive action to close the gap on inequalities to ensure all women receive safe, personalised and compassionate care. We know how important inclusive maternity care is for disabled women. I know she has previously had meetings with my honourable friend, the Minister for Maternity, and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will be delighted to meet her.
Josh Babrin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A matter of weeks ago, a power cut at Eastbourne District General Hospital, where I was born, plunged parts of the hospital into darkness and forced our maternity unit to temporarily close, particularly affecting disabled women. People had to use their phones, their iPhone torches to be able to see. And despite this power infrastructure failure, we are way at the back of the queue for new hospital funding. So will the Minister commit to accelerating the unlocking of that cash earlier?
Order.
Women can have the services they deserve.
We have had this question before about trying to drag a question to something that's not relevant to the main question. We'll now come to the Minister. Shadow Minister, can I welcome him to his first time at the dispatch box? Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 7 months ago, the NHS 10-year plan promised a maternity task force. Can I ask the Minister how many times it's met?
Minister.
Can I welcome the honourable gentleman to his place? I'm informed by my right honourable friend it has not met yet, but we're establishing it and we will be meeting soon.
Gregory Stafford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the fact that the task force has not even met 7 months later tells us everything we need to know about the urgency and the importance that's been shown by this government on this. But, Mr. Speaker, in Leeds, families are losing faith in the failing maternity services. The Secretary of State has said that, and I quote, he takes this extremely seriously. Yet Donna Ockenden, who exposed the failings in Nottingham and has the support of families, and who has said that she is ready and willing to lead the inquiry, has not been appointed. If he and the Secretary of State takes this extremely seriously, why have they not appointed a chair yet?
Minister.
I see the honourable gentleman has had his brass neck from his predecessor transplanted to him. He talks about 7 months. What about the last 14 years through which that party opposite presided over decay and decline of our NHS, failing our patients and failing the clinicians that serve them? My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, is in regular contact with maternity families. He knows, as well as I do, he takes the matter extremely seriously, and he will be reporting to this House on a regular basis regarding the outcome of his deliberations.
Number 15, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Through our 10-year health plan and the shift from hospital to community, our new neighbourhood health service will benefit millions. It's underpinned by 120 new neighbourhood health centres by 2030, alongside the supercharging of community diagnostic centres, now to deliver faster, more accessible care with over 100 sites open 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. This massive expansion will transform community access for millions of patients, regardless of postcode.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to hear the Minister's response. Zachary Merton Hospital in Rustington was closed on a temporary basis. That closure became permanent and the site is being progressed for disposal. In Rustington, over half of residents are elderly and rely on intermediate and step-down care. They have not been consulted on the permanent closure, despite assurances from Sussex Community NHS Foundation Trust and NHS Sussex ICB. Would the Secretary of State or the Minister confirm whether he considers this a substantial variation in NHS services, and will he consider exercising his call-in powers before the site is irreversibly sold?
I thank her for that question. I'm not familiar with the details of the case she's just mentioned, and if she would perhaps write to me, I'd be more than happy to take the issue up. These are, of course, matters that are determined by the ICBs and the trusts in each case, and this government's not in the business of micromanaging what's happening out there in the field. We believe that people who are closest to our citizens are the best people to be taking those decisions. However, we do expect the right outcomes, and I'd be happy to work with her on that.
Women with the painful and incurable condition of endometriosis have suffered stigma and ill health for far too long. Despite impacting 1 in 10 women, it takes on average over 8 years for a diagnosis. So will the Minister make sure in the new women's health strategy that it has stronger training, better awareness and faster support for women?
I thank her for that question, and it's an absolutely vital issue. Endometriosis is a really serious challenge for so many women across our country. I can confirm that it is indeed an integral part of the strategy, and I'm sure that she will be pleased to see the outcome of that strategy as it moves forward.
Question number 16, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Health PFI programme between 1992 and 2015 delivered 126 new acute facilities for the NHS, delivered over £12 billion of investment in the estate. NHS PFI contracts are held by individual trusts, and NISTA publish annual data on them, including the costs of all those PFI projects. The last PFI contract was signed in 2015. We are not bringing back PFI, we're bringing forward a new PPP model which will draw on lessons learned from the past to ensure we deliver our commitments of a 10-year plan.
Mr. Speaker, Alderley Children's Hospital and NHS Foundation Trust in my constituency, Liverpool West Derby, faces significant financial pressure due to its private finance initiative deal. This is because over 50% of its total PFI payment is going towards interest charges, with Alderley still owing £380 million by 2045 for the PFI investment of £189 million. Mr. Speaker, that's nearly £200 million being drained out of Alderley over the next 2 decades because of the now discredited system of PFI that should be spent on making sick children better. So can I ask the Minister what assessment the Department has made on the potential impacts of the use of PFI to fund the recently announced neighbourhood health centres?
He highlights an important one where something is not going well, clearly, and the team at the Department of Health are working with the team at Alderhay to help with rectifying some of those problems. That is why we will not be using that model of PFI in future models. Those are the lessons that we have learnt, and we will take forward a new model of PPP for our neighbourhood health service, which will transform care for people in his constituency and across the country.
Hurry across in topicals.
Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're publishing a new GP contract. Backed by new funding, it will recruit more GPs and cut waiting times for appointments. The changes and modernisation will diagnose thousands more cases of lung cancer, protect children by boosting vaccination rates, and provide more people with weight loss jabs on the NHS. This follows an extra £1.1 billion we've invested in general practice this year and builds on the 2,000 more GPs we recruited since the general election. Mr. Speaker, after 14 years of decline, the government is fixing the front door to the NHS, bringing back the family doctor, ending the 8 a.m. scramble. Lots done, lots more to do.
Hurry across.
Medical practice in my Gordon and Buchan constituency saw its national insurance bill rise by £75,000 thanks to this government. That has put huge pressure on the practice, which was already operating at 1 GP for 3,000 patients, 3 times higher than what the BMA recommends. When did the Secretary of State last meet the Chancellor to discuss the impact of the next rise on GP practices, and what is he and his department doing about the pressure?
We are on top.
Mr. Speaker, I see the Chancellor most weeks, and that is why we have got record investment going into our NHS, which is improving patient satisfaction with access to general practice, cutting waiting lists, improving ambulance response times, all to fix the mess they left behind. And people should be in no doubt. Given the chance, they would do it again. They oppose the investment, they oppose the reform, they can never be trusted with our NHS.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the changes under the Gambling White Paper for the responsibilities for the Department on the treatment and prevention of gambling harms. As part of these new responsibilities, will the Secretary of State undertake to committing a review of the impact of gambling, advertising, marketing and sponsorship on public health, including the health and well-being of children and young people?
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend for his question. We acknowledge the important issue of the potential negative impact that gambling advertising may have on children and young people's health. My officials continue to work very closely with officials at the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, and I'll be discussing this issue with the Minister for Gambling, who is responsible for gambling advertising policy. We continue to keep the public health evidence under review and consider suitable action to protect individuals and communities from gambling harms.
Stuart Andrews, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the plan for change, the government committed to meet the 18-week standard for routine operations, and latest data suggests the government is not on track to meet this commitment by the end of the Parliament. In December, less people were treated within 18 weeks than the previous month. So will the Secretary of State now accept the reality that patients are seeing and, as the IFS have warned, the government will not deliver its commitment on its key milestone to deliver the 18-week standard?
Mr. Speaker, I will never surrender to the tyranny of low expectations of the party opposite. We have cut waiting lists by 330,000 since we came to office, and waiting lists are now at their lowest level in 3 years. We made progress despite strikes, we made progress despite winter pressures, and we've made progress despite every bit of investment and modernisation has been opposed by the party opposite. Instead of criticising our record, he should apologise for his.
Stuart Andrew.
Another leadership ambition, I see. Mr. Speaker, on the 29th of September, I wrote to the Secretary of State regarding the late Dr. Susan Michaelis's campaign for better research into lobular breast cancer. Sadly, to date, I still haven't had a reply. She established the Moonshot project, and the last government committed to support its aims. However, despite meeting the Secretary of State, the projects say they still have no clarity on how the project and research will be expedited. So can the Secretary of State confirm now government approval for the funding required for this critical research for so many women in this country?
Well, firstly, Mr. Speaker, can I apologise to the Shadow Secretary of State for not having replied to his letter? Let me make sure I do that. The second thing, on the substance of the issue, where there is no disagreement across the House, I'm absolutely supportive of and wanting to fund this research. We've got to make sure that the research proposal meets the standards and has the confidence of our funders. I want to make sure, and we are working with the team to try and get it over the line, but that's the only obstacle here. It's certainly not a political decision.
Good step back.
Speaker, many people in Falkirk face barriers accessing treatment because they're juggling often contradictory bits of paper regarding appointments across different health boards. What assessment has the Minister made of this Government's NHS digital transformation strategy for improving treatment compared to the strategy being pursued for healthcare available to my constituents by the Scottish Government?
Mr. Speaker, this UK Labour government at least is spending billions of pounds upgrading the digital architecture of the NHS in England. This means now that over 90% of GPs offer appointments online, and by 2029 we'll have a single patient record for patients and their clinicians to access all of their information. Contrast this with the digital desert that exists in Scotland, and that's why it's time for Analogue John to move over and make way for Anna Sarwar as First Minister to save Scotland's NHS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, I joined South West Ambulance Service for a shift, which was an incredibly humbling experience. At the hospital, I met paramedic science students who told me that it's almost impossible for them to get a job. Only 8 of the last year's 120 paramedic science students actually got a job. The universities assure students they can definitely get employment as a graduate, but the ambulance services have a massive pool, 200 in my local case. So I just wondered what it is, and they haven't advertised a single job in the last 6 months. What's the Minister going to do to actually make sure that this amazing career is a reality?
The honourable member highlights a real challenge we've inherited of the disconnection between undergraduate education and training and then the jobs that are available. We are addressing that with the work we're doing on the workforce plan. I do want to place on record my thanks to South West Ambulance Service. In December, they improved ambulance response times by just under 30 minutes for Category 2. There are still big challenges in the South West, but I think that team deserves real credit for the improvement they've led.
Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are forced to travel to Burton, Derby, Sutton, Coalfield for their NHS treatment that can't be provided at the local community diagnostic centre, and some travel up to 30 miles for chemotherapy with little or no public transport. So could I ask what the Secretary of State is doing to deliver healthcare investment locally, and also to improve the transport links between NHS sites so that those who need to use it can get to their treatment?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady highlights an important point about the need to have further rollouts of CDCs, particularly for her sorts of communities. We're expanding those, we're expanding the time available for them. We're also expanding access through the front door, through the NHS app and through digital, and our new online hospital service will also improve the sorts of issues she meant, so that we bring services close to her patients and not expect them to have to travel.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, a doctor came to my surgery and produced a letter that he and around 100 other doctors and consultants from Grimsby Hospital had sent to the then interim chair, concerned about a rundown of services at Grimsby and Scunthorpe hospitals and of further concentration on Hull. This is made worse by a series of interim chief execs and chairs. Could the Minister give an assurance that Grimsby and Scunthorpe hospitals will not see any rundown in the services?
Minister.
I understand the issues that he and many other members have raised in the Grimsby, my friend for Grimsby, and other areas in the Lincolnshire area. It is important that the clinical mapping for their new services are supported by clinicians and by local people, and I'm happy to continue to talk to him and others about the progress with that. I'm in touch with the NHS England team, and they assure me that they are continuing to do that. I understand also the difficulties of
In 2024, my constituent Wendy fractured 3 vertebrae from osteoporosis after being denied a DEXA scan, spending 3 months in hospital and suffering lasting harm. Will the Minister review DEXA eligibility and expand local access to prevent future fractures and save the NHS costs?
He makes a really important point about DEXA scans, how important they are for osteoporosis, particularly for women. We have already expanded the DEXA scans across the country this year. We have also allocated more capital funding for such a capital investment, and we will be announcing the allocations in due course.
Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cancer services are due to move from Royal Marsden to the Evelina Hospital next year. Concerns have been raised with me about the provision of a teaching space for children who are undergoing cancer treatment and its provision in the new plans. So will the Minister meet with me to discuss that transition and confirm that the Department of Health and Social Care is working with the Department for Education to ensure a high-quality hospital school is provided at both sites during the transition?
Mr. Secretary.
I thank him for his question. As he's probably aware, the cancer plan, this government's cancer plan, which I launched just over a week ago, is the first ever cancer plan to have a section on children and young people with cancer and to commit to supporting children holistically throughout their cancer journey. I'd be more than happy to have a conversation with him about the issues that he's raised.
Mr. Speaker, a resident in my Halal constituency was initially told to take a round trip of almost 200 miles to receive hospital treatment in Glasgow because he was registered with his nearest GP, which just happened to be in Scotland. Can the Minister tell the House what progress is being made in reviewing and updating cross-border healthcare guidance?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Glasgow's a great place to get medical care. I can attest to that. But you shouldn't have to travel 200 miles to get medical care. The Honourable Lady and I have had many discussions on this topic. I'm very glad to continue those discussions. She knows that treatment along the border is subject to service level agreements in both English trusts and Scottish health boards, but it should be much more porous and much more accommodating than it is, and I'm happy to take these discussions with her further later.
Mr. Speaker, Catherine from Redbourne says that she has to wait weeks for a GP appointment, and yet her village is facing up to 70% increase, so that's thousands of new patients, and some of that speculative development. So does the Minister agree that council should have the powers to ensure that planning approvals are dependent on first securing healthcare to serve those new residents, and will the Minister commit to ensuring that NHS planning cycles are aligned with this housing development to ensure communities don't have to wait weeks, months or years?
Well, I thank you for that question. On the subject of GP access, I'm delighted that 75% of patients now say it's easy to contact their GP, a sizable 14 percentage points increase since July 2024. Really positive development that I'm sure the Honourable Lady would want to welcome. With regard to planning, of course, it's very important that you've got the ICB and the Council and the developers joined up together. We need to make sure that happens. There's also the Primary Care Utilisation Fund, which her constituents may be interested in.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted that 2 mental health support teams are already at work in Bracknell Forest, supporting almost 4/5 of local pupils with timely, targeted mental health support. There's a lot more to do to fix the CAM system, but could the Minister set out how school-based interventions are beginning to deliver change?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, mental health support teams provide innovative early support for children and young people in schools and colleges, and I'm pleased these are working well in Bracknell Forest too. Up to 900,000 additional pupils will have access by this spring, and we're accelerating the rollout to reach full national coverage by 2029.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several weeks ago, I received a jaw-dropping email from a local Bromsgrove GP who told me that a 10-month-old child nearly died after ambulance delays. But worse, the same day, another patient, a 66-year-old driving instructor, suffered a cardiac arrest on a driving lesson. He died whilst being driven to the hospital by his wife. My constituents demand a better service, better response times, Mr. Speaker. What is the government going to do about this? And will the Secretary of State meet with me and the concerned GP who wrote to me to address this issue?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, nothing is more sobering than hearing the experiences of what happens and the life and death difference of the NHS being there for people when they need it and not being there when they need it. And people be aware of a tragic case over the weekend involving a woman in her 90s in the Isle of Wight, which we are looking into. Ambulance response times are improving, but I would not pretend that they are good enough. We've done a lot, there is a lot more to do, and he has painfully and powerfully underscored what happens when the NHS is not there for people when they need it. That's the NHS we inherited, and that's the NHS that I'm determined to change.
Mr. Lamb.
A&E's closure was accompanied by a commitment to a 24-hour UTC, a commitment the Trust are now breaking. Can the Minister meet with me to discuss how local services can be preserved and improved?
Minister.
I'm happy to discuss that particular issue with him. We are determined to have co-located UTCs. I know that's a matter for the local commissioner, but I'm happy to talk about it further.
Shuka Adam.
Mr. Speaker, Vista is a 160-year-old charity serving the people of Leicester and Leicestershire suffering from visual disabilities. Last year alone, it served 21,000 people. Sadly, Vista is imminently going to be closed down if it cannot raise £2 million by the end of March. If it does so, the devastating effect on the National Health Service and the Social Care Service will be unimaginable. So will the Minister meet with me and other local MPs and representatives of the University Hospital of Leicester to discuss what we can do to save Vista?
Minister.
I thank him for that question. I pay tribute to Vista for the outstanding work that it's doing. Improving IT connectivity, of course, is a vital part of what we're doing, and the single point of access project is of relevance in that context. I'd be more than happy if he were to write to me and we could look at the particular issue that he's raising.
Mr.
Speaker, in Rochdale, we need more midwives to provide the safe staffing levels that our mums-to-be rightly expect. But newly qualified student midwives are often finding that it's difficult to find jobs when they qualify. So can the Minister explain exactly when the NHS workforce plan is due so they can give reassurance to these newly qualified midwives that they've got a career in the NHS that's actually going to...
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising this issue. The NHS workforce plan will be published in spring. I recognise the challenge he sets out. We're determined to address it. We desperately need more midwives, and we certainly need good clinical leadership in this area, and that's what the government's working to.
George.
Mr. Speaker, minor injuries units are being phased out in urgent treatment centres like the brilliant one West Cornwall Hospital in my constituency had its hours cut under the Conservatives, and those have not been restored. This clearly helps to take the pressure off ambulance and emergency services. So what will ministers do to ensure that those services are reinforced rather than reduced?
So State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the rationales for both the 10-year plan but also the medium-term planning that we're doing across the NHS is to ensure better integration with the principle of people receiving the right care in the right place at the right time. Decisions about local configurations are obviously matters for local leaders, but we keep these things under review, and if he has concerns, he should certainly write to us.
Final question, Leila McAvoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State knows, Darlington Memorial Hospital is part of CDTFT, which recently has been marred by a scandal of over-operation in our breast services. We know that many women came to harm as a result of these failures, but we are yet to find out how many women and the full extent of the harm because the Trust have not completed the comprehensive look-back. Will the Minister meet with me to ensure that our Trust has all the resources they need to learn the lessons necessary to ensure that no women in my area or in the country have invasive and painful clinical procedures that they don't need.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend and I have had discussions regarding this matter before. I'm happy to meet her to discuss this further. Patient safety is of paramount importance, especially when it comes to surgery and breast surgery, and I'm happy to meet her at a ministerial surgery.
Just let the front bench change over. Yeah, go for it. Yeah. Right, point of order, Louise Sanders-Jones.
Thank you. On a point of order, Mr Speaker, I would like to correct the record in relation to something I said during the last defence orals. On the 2nd of February 2026, I said the Prime Minister did not work with any of Phil Shiner's organisations and his role was limited to working with the Law Society on points of law. However, since then, it has been brought to my attention that in 2006, the Prime Minister was instructed to represent an individual by the law firm for which Mr Shiner was the principal solicitor. So I would like to take this earliest opportunity to apologise to the House and correct the record.
Very embarrassing.
I thank the Honourable Member for a point of order and for placing her correction on the record. We now come to further point of order.
I'm not giving you prior notice, Mr Speaker, but during health questions just now, the Health Minister said that for the first time ever there will be a children's cancer strategy as part of a cancer strategy. However, the government scrapped the children's cancer strategy that we had put in place. So should the Minister not come and correct the record for having misled the House?
First of all, it's not a point of order, and the fact is we're going to carry on the debate, but it's not for me to accept whether it was right or wrong. But what I would say is you've certainly got the point of order. I'm sorry we didn't get any questions, but I just said the point of order. Right, let us come to the presentation of the bill. Mira Wilson.
Online Services Age Restrictions Bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday, the 9th of March.
Monday, the 9th of March. Thank you, Munira. Right, we now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Esther McBeck.
Mr Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to introduce compulsory labelling of halal and kosher meat and products containing halal and kosher meat and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, this is a bill about animal welfare, transparency in meat production and consumer choice. It does not seek to ban halal or kosher meat, it seeks to ensure they are clearly labelled. It is important consumers have such information so they can make an informed choice about what they are buying. And currently, consumers do not have that information, and many are purchasing and consuming halal and kosher meat without their knowledge and without their agreement. The unique process of halal and kosher meat requires the animal to have its throat slit. In the case of halal meat, the animal is often stunned before it's killed, although it might not be, and for the shahita killing, for kosher meat, there is no pre-stunning. This lack of stunning causes the animal to experience severe pain. An individual concerned about animal welfare would want to know if an animal has been stunned prior to slaughter. Likewise, there are many religious groups who want to know what they are consuming too, and if meat has been blessed by another religion. In all these cases, clear labelling is essential to make an informed choice. Currently, the legislation that regulates animal slaughter is set out in assimilated EU Regulation 1099/2009 on the protection of animals at the time of killing, as well as in the welfare of animals at the time of killing, England Regulations 2015. Under these laws, animals must be stunned before killing, but exemptions exist for killing without stunning, in accordance with specific religious rites. Added to that, there are currently no requirements for such meat to be labelled. And what was once an exemption to the accepted stunning process of animals has become a growing part of the UK's meat market. The government's own figures show that of the 1.035 billion animals processed in English and Welsh slaughterhouses in 2024, an estimated 214.6 million were slaughtered to produce halal meat. The analysis shows the total meat supplied by non-stun slaughter is about 4 times greater than the population of Muslims and Jews in the UK. So while government guidance is clear that non-stun slaughter must be intended for consumption by Jews or Muslims, production is clearly going way beyond that. So much so, the UK is now exporting halal meat abroad. Between 2018 and 19, there was an almost 700% increase in the volume of sheep meat exported to the UEA, all of which is required to be halal. Clearly, without compulsory labelling of non-stunned meat, slaughterhouses have gone down the route of producing more of it. In effect, a two-tier system has been created, one in which some slaughterhouses comply by stunning laws and one in which others don't, citing the religious exemption, without ever intending to focus their sale on that market. Unfortunately, a driver of this market of non-stunned meat is that a step of the process is removed, meaning this meat production becomes cheaper. Supermarkets and food outlets can produce this cheaper meat without ever declaring it to the consumer, and this is not what was intended by legislation. We have seen many examples of this over the last 15 years. Britain's biggest retailers, such as Sainsbury's, Tesco's, Marks and Spencer's and Asda, have sold halal or kosher meat without informing the consumer, as well as places like Domino's, Pizza Hut and KFC. And non-stunned produce is being used by 17 local councils in schools, the majority of which are not Islamic faith schools, without parents or children having the first idea about it, as well as it also being served in hospitals and in local councils. So in December, when Labour put forward its much vaunted animal welfare strategy, a document lauded with the aim of preventing animals suffering unnecessarily, which included the banning of boiling of live lobsters, banning the use of carbon dioxide to stun pigs, and steps to ensure the more humane slaughter of farmed fish, I was surprised and alarmed to see no mention of the more humane slaughter of animals and the labelling of halal and kosher meat. There was a clear opportunity to call for this labelling of halal and kosher meat, and it was missed. Nowhere in Labour's 12,500-word animal welfare strategy was it mentioned. We often hear in the House that the UK holds the status of a leader in animal welfare, but such a glaring gap shows this country can no longer make such a claim. Food for You Too, which is a biannual official statistics survey commissioned by the Food Standards Agency, found in 2024 that the most common spontaneously expressed food concern was food production method, and in August 2022 the government's call for evidence on labelling for animal welfare found that almost 99% of respondents said method of slaughter labelling should be introduced. Absolutely. Research from the Agriculture and Horticultural Development Board shows that clear halal certification is stated as important for 92% of halal consumers. So isn't it time we updated our regulations and demanded our meat was clearly and fully labelled so we know what we're buying and eating? Surely that is what consumer choice is all about, and I would wager that the overwhelming majority of animal lovers in the UK expect the House of Commons to support this bill today. Mr. Speaker, this bill will provide that assurance to all consumers that they know how their meat was produced, and I would urge all members of this House to support this measure.
The Right Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is, the Right Honourable Member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Sir Roger Gale, Alberta Costa, Dame Karen Bradley, Sir Edward Lee, Graham Stringer, Rupert Lowe, Sammy Wilson, Jim Allister, Lee Anderson, Sarah Pochin and myself.
Yeah, very good. Esther McVeigh.
Food labelling, halal and kosher meat bill.
Second reading what day?
10th of July.
10th of July. think I remember your husband doing something similar. Order. Before we begin the debate on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, we all ready? Okay, let's try again. Order. Before we begin the debate on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, I would like to make a brief statement. I understand that there is a huge interest from the public on this matter, and there has been significant coverage in the media. It is, and always has been, possible for the House to properly debate these matters within the framework of our existing rules, and there has been no change of convention in that respect. Whilst matters relating to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's recent arrest are currently not sub judice, members will be aware that there is an ongoing police investigation. I would therefore gently say to members that it will be helpful to exercise a degree of restraint. I know the House would not wish to do anything that risks prejudicing any possible prosecution. And of course, any comments on the King or the heir apparent would also not be in order. Right, we now come to the Opposition Day motion on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. No, then I think it's changed to Sir Ed Davey, a different name than I've got here. Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your statement ahead of this debate. The appalling crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and his associates have rightly stunned the whole world. The scale of Epstein's operation was shocking, selling human beings for sex, turning hundreds of young women and girls into victims and survivors. And it is those women who are at the front of our minds today as we finally seek transparency, truth and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor shamed our country and the royal family. But for too long, members of Parliament were barred from even raising criticisms of him, let alone properly scrutinising his role as trade envoy. Because of the outdated tradition that mentions of any member of the royal family in this House must, in the words of the previous Speaker, be, and I quote, very rare, very sparing and very respectful. I encountered this firsthand back in 2011 when I was asked to respond to an adjournment debate on behalf of Lord Green, who was then the Minister for Trade and Investment. The adjournment was brought by the late Paul Flynn. But even he, an ardent and outspoken Republican, as I'm sure many of us remember, wasn't allowed to raise any actual concerns about Andrew himself. Paul called it a negative privilege, and that's what it was. He said his mouth was bandaged by archaic rules, and that had very real and damaging consequences. And I'm pleased to see the Minister in his place, because I know he was also constrained by those rules when he raised similar issues. And in that debate, Epstein's name wasn't even mentioned once. There was no chance to debate the substance. And standing in for the responsible minister, I set out the government's position as it had been for a decade, in support of the Prince's role as the trade envoy. Looking back, and knowing what we all know now, I'm horrified by it. I can't imagine what it must have been like for the survivors and their families to hear Andrew praised like that, as they heard so often all around the world. So I apologise to them, and I'm determined to change things. Mr. Speaker, I was struck by the words of Amanda Roberts, Virginia Giuffre's sister-in-law, after Andrew was arrested last week. She said this could be a stain on the royal family for the rest of our history, or, quote, it could be a moment where they and we decide that this is the time when cultural change happens. And as a staunch supporter of His Royal Highness the King and the royal family, I believe we must help to bring about that cultural change now.
Would he give way?
Happy to give way.
I'm most grateful to the leader of the Liberal Democrats for giving way. He's making a powerful speech. I'm sure we'll agree that decades of deferential, frankly sycophantic treatment by Parliament and state authorities are being exposed as having enabled Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to behave as though he were untouchable. Yep. And I'm sure he will join me in calling on the government to introduce independent oversight of those members of the royal family who undertake official duties and require both transparency and scrutiny over anything from now on paid for by the state, because apparently they work for us.
I'm grateful for that intervention. We must build a culture of transparency and accountability. I think that is essential. And I hope we as a House will look at ending the archaic negative privilege rules Paul Flynn spoke about. Remove the bandages from our mouths. And today, free of those bandages in relation to Andrew, our motion focuses on finally getting the truth out about his role as Special Representative for Trade and Investment. I'll give way again.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, can I commend the right honourable member for bringing, and his party for bringing this forward? Commend him for the way that he interviewed on TV this morning. It certainly, he doesn't just speak for this House, he speaks for this nation. And we're all greatly shocked at what has taken place, but does he agree as well? King Charles, Queen Camilla, Edward, Sophie, William, Kate are members of the royal family at this time who also need our support. And does he agree that perhaps maybe now is a time to tell them that we in this House love them, that this nation loves them, and that we understand the pain that they're suffering, and our support is with those members of the royal family who are above this and above this reproach.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman's intervention. I think he probably speaks for the whole House. And indeed, the intention of this debate is to bring this House together. And the changes that we think are necessary would indeed protect the royal family and strengthen the monarchy, which in some places is being criticised, and I think it's important, and that's why we need these reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, if I can go back to the motion, because it focuses at the start of this, at the appointment of the former Prince Andrew to this role back in 2001. We've seen the reporting that the King, then Prince of Wales, expressed his concerns about that appointment. More alarmingly, we have read that Peter Mandelson wrote to the then Prime Minister Tony Blair, as his former Trade Secretary, pushing for Andrew's appointment. One friend of Epstein lobbying for a job for another friend of Epstein, a job that might help Epstein enrich himself. So we clearly need to get to the bottom of that appointment and the role Mandelson himself played in it. And only the papers demanded by this motion will allow us to do that. We need them published as soon as possible, without delay. And then there are the many questions about Andrew's conduct in the role, now subject to a criminal investigation. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, as you said, we do not want to jeopardise that investigation with anything we say today. We must let the police get on with their work, especially for Epstein's victims as trade envoy to enrich himself. I'm happy to give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. My right honourable friend talks about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's role as a trade envoy. When I was working overseas for the British Council, Mountbatten-Windsor came to an exhibition that I was putting on about Dolly the sheep, which was a fine example of British scientific innovation. Mountbatten-Windsor stood up in front of Japanese dignitaries and business people and said, "This is rubbish, this is Frankenstein's sheep." Would my right honourable friend agree with me that that's a very poor example of promoting British trade interests?
Well, I'm grateful for my honourable friend's intervention. It shows that not only some of the scandals that we've heard about are things that we need to focus on, but if the trade envoy was actually speaking against British commercial interests, that raises even greater questions. And I hope not just this debate, but other debates in select committees and elsewhere will get to the bottom of that issue. But I was saying I would like to highlight one example of how Jeffrey Epstein sought to use Andrew's role as trade envoy to enrich himself. Channel 4 uncovered emails in the Epstein files in which Epstein was trying to meet the Libyan dictator Gaddafi in the dying months of the Gaddafi regime to help him find somewhere to put his money. I think something that the minister actually raised at the time. In other words, Epstein looked at the deadly crisis in Libya and saw a chance to make some money. And he thought his friend Andrew could help. And this is what it says in one of the emails. "I wondered if PA could make the intro." A few weeks later, Andrew wrote back, "Libya fixed." Though the Epstein-Gaddafi meeting doesn't appear to have happened, it does show clearly what these relationships were all about for Epstein, increasing his own wealth and power. The idea that the role of Special Trade Envoy for our United Kingdom may have been used to help him do that, to help a vile paedophile sex trafficker enrich himself, is truly sickening. And again, I want to pay tribute to the Minister who tried to raise this at the time, like his colleague, the late Paul Flynn. And it shows, again, why we need to change the rules of this House that govern the debate here and ministers. But Mr. I give way.
I thank the Leader of the Opposition for giving way. I posed a question. Sorry, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. I stand corrected. The Leader of the... It's coming. I thank the Leader of the Liberal Democrats for giving way. I asked the question to the Chief Secretary yesterday in this House about the speed of bringing legislation forward. Victims, members of the House, members of the Lords, we all need this process to be done as swiftly as possible. I just wonder if you agree that whatever happens with Andrew or anybody else, that you also agree that the Chief Secretary's comments that we do need to bring this forward and that we need to keep pushing to get legislation swiftly, not in years to come.
Well, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's intervention, both for his Freudian slip and indeed for his suggestion that we do need to speed up action in this area. But if I can begin to conclude, Mr. Speaker, in many ways this is the first truly global scandal, from the White House in Silicon Valley to Oslo and Paris. But it's also a deeply British scandal, reaching right to the top of the British establishment. Because can there be many people more symbolic of the rot that eats away at the British establishment than the former Duke of York and Special Trade Envoy, and the former Business Secretary, First Secretary of State, and Ambassador to the United States? Their association with Epstein and their actions on his behalf, while trusted with the privilege of public office, are a stain on our country. Today we must begin to clean away that stain with the disinfectant of transparency. Because whether it is the President of the United States and his Commerce Secretary, or Peter Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, or Epstein himself, their victims and survivors have seen those responsible evade accountability and escape justice for far too long. I desperately hope, that is ending now, and I hope the House will approve this motion.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, I call the Minister, Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear from the outset, we support this motion today. Frankly, it is the least we owe the victims of the horrific abuse that was perpetrated by Jeffrey Epstein and others. The abuse that was enabled, aided and abetted by a very extensive group of arrogant, entitled and often very wealthy individuals in this country and elsewhere. It's not just the people who participated in the abuse, it's the many, many more who turned a blind eye out of greed, familiarity or deference. To my mind, they too were complicit, just as complicit, and I welcome the reckoning that is coming to them now. I doubt there is anyone in this House who is not shocked and appalled by the recent allegations. Colleagues and many civil servants have told me their own stories of their interactions with Mr. Mountbatten Windsor, and they all betray the same pattern. A man on a constant self-aggrandising and self-enriching hustle. A rude, arrogant and entitled man who could not distinguish between the public interest, which he said he served, and his own private interest. I remember him coming to visit the Sea Cadets in Tonopandi. They were absolutely delighted and excited to meet a member of the royal family. But he insisted on coming by helicopter, unlike his mother, who came twice to the Rhondda and always came by car. He left early and he showed next to no interest in the young people. That is, of course, Mr. Speaker, not a crime, nor is arrogance, fortunately, I suppose. Of course, we knew much of this, much of what is now in the public domain, actually a very long time ago. And I say very gently, It is all very well for some of us to say, if only we had known then what we know now, but I'm afraid that with me that doesn't wash. We did actually have plenty of warning. I called on the then Prime Minister David Cameron to dispense with the services of the then Duke of York in this chamber on the 28th of February 2011 because of his close friendship with Saif Gaddafi, as has just been referred to, and the convicted Libyan gun smuggler Tariq Kaitouni. I was rebuked by Speaker Bercow then for doing so because references to members of the royal family should be very rare, very sparing and very respectful. I didn't disagree with the ruling of Mr. Speaker, nor would I ever, as you know, Mr. Speaker, disagree with the ruling from the chair. I heard that. Over the next few days... I'm taking your advice, Mr. Speaker. I'm just ignoring that. Over the next few days, back in 2011, I repeatedly called for Andrew to be sacked in the public domain on television, on radio and in newspaper articles, citing his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, the mysteriously excessive £15 million cost paid for his Sunning Hill home, and many other issues besides. I'm afraid the willful blindness of far too many at that time was absolutely spectacular, and it still angers me. The then Prime Minister, the then Home Secretary, and many others in government defended Andrew time and time and time again. I was repeatedly told off, both in the chamber and outside the chamber. John Humphreys, the broadcaster, actually told me on the Today programme on the 7th of March, I think honourable members will be shocked by this, that Jeffrey Epstein wasn't quite a paedophile, drawing a distinction between sexual abuse of prepubescent and other children. Dominic Lawson, writing in the Sunday Times on the 11th of March, defended Andrew and made the same distinction between Epstein's involvement with teenage girls and paedophilia, since, as he put it, none of the girls was prepubescent, although he did at least admit that both were sordid and exploitative. I gently suggest that that is the least of what we have seen. So let me be absolutely clear. All of this happened after the photograph of Andrew with his arm around Virginia Giuffre was published in the Mail on Sunday on the 27th of February 2011. It is after the allegations, not before. Well, I'll give a word there and then to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and I entirely agree with him in relation to the abhorrence of the comments that were in the media back then. But does he also agree with me that we still have a degree of that problem now, that often in the media we talk about underage girls, where actually what we're talking about is children? And does he agree with me that we should be ensuring that when we talk about Epstein's crimes, we talk about the children that were involved?
100%, and I think we should also be referring to statutory rape, because that is what it is. And statutory rape is no better than any other kind of rape. It is rape. End of story. Of course.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way, speaking very powerfully about this issue, and has a strong track record, one of the strongest track records in standing up on these types of issues. I have asked that the Government release the files concerning whatever his new name is, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, when he was a trade envoy. That request has been refused. Can I ask gently the Minister to review that decision, and to ask that all of these files, in the new spirit of openness and transparency, that those files are open for all to see?
Of course, I completely respect my honourable friend, and he's made this point several times, not only in the chamber but also to me privately. And I agree with him. That is the direction of travel that we're going in, and that's why we agree with the humble address today as it's been presented. We're not standing in the way. We will do everything we can to comply with that as fast as we possibly can. I will come on to a couple of caveats a little bit later, but I just want to pursue the point about what we knew in the past, because the leader of the Liberal Democrats quite rightly said that on the that Paul Flynn had a debate on the 4th of May, to which he responded, not actually as the Minister responsible, but standing in for the Minister responsible. But actually, Paul Flynn also had another debate on the 17th of March in Westminster Hall, which was granted to him by the Backbench Business Committee, which had relatively recently then been set up. And he concluded, because he was finding it very difficult to make any of the allegations that he wanted to make because of the rules of the House, that there really is no point in continuing with the debate. That is a direct quote from him. And in fact, the then Deputy Leader of the House, David Heath, who was another Liberal Democrat member of the government at the time, made the point that, as I think, Mr. Speaker, has been made both by Mr. Burko and by yourself, that if there is a substantive motion, of course we can make these comments in relation to certain members, but it has to be a substantive motion, and you have to find a means of being able to table that motion, as indeed we have a substantive motion today. And then, following that, Paul Flynn tried to get a substantive motion, which was then the debate, but it was actually an adjournment debate on the 4th of May, which is therefore not a substantive motion again, and he struggled again, and this is what he said in that debate. The Speaker would quite rightly abide by the rules of the House and tell me I was not allowed to make any derogatory statements that might affect the envoy, his personality or his name. It is an illustration of how demeaned we are as politicians and members of Parliament that I am allowed to make any points about the damage that is done only in an oblique way by discussing the effect of the holder of the office, his role and the comments that are being made. And of course, he felt furious, angry. He wrote a great book about being an MP, which I commend to all honourable members. And the Right Honourable Member, as he knows, he responded to that debate as follows. I, for one, believe that the Duke of York does an excellent job as the UK's Special Representative for International Trade and Investment. He promotes UK business interests around the world and helps to attract inward investment. He went on at some length and then added at the end, he has made a valuable contribution in developing significant opportunities for British business through the role and continues to do so. I just say gently to him, I think if he'd followed the debates in the public domain at the time, he would have known better than to have made those comments. I won't go any further, but I'm happy to give way if he wants.
Well, the Minister knows that I apologise for that comment. Taking the brief from someone else, I really wish I hadn't said those words, because I'm thinking about the victims. And I've praised him for the role he took. I hope he will acknowledge that 2 months after that debate, Andrew left that role, and that was right that he did. And the government, I wasn't privy to those discussions, but the government did get rid of him.
Yes, he left his post in July, I think, of 2011. It could have come soon enough for many of us, and it is a regret, I think, to many that the government wasn't able to listen faster and to act faster at that time. Mr. Speaker, what I believe this whole saga shows is that deference can be a toxic presence in the body politic. Of course, we always seek to respect others. We look for the best in others. There was another instance in that first debate that shows the generosity we often show, and I have told the Honourable Member that I'm going to raise this. The Right Honourable Member for New Forest East, who is a gentleman to his fingertips and is always a very magnanimous fellow, said, does the Minister agree that one reason why the Duke of York has considerable credibility is his distinguished record as a former member of the Fleet Air Arm who gave valuable service in the Falklands War? That shows a degree of commitment over and above any inherited responsibilities that he might be considered to have. Of course, I understand the point that the Right Honourable Member was making back then in 2011. But of course, the fear is that when deference tips over into subservience, it can be terribly dangerous because the victims don't get heard, respected or understood in the same way as those with grand titles do. And this, of course, has implications for this House, as the Right Honourable Member said. Mr. Speaker, of course, the conduct of business in this House is entirely a matter for you, and interpreting with the clerks the Erskine May and the standing orders. I only repeat the words of Paul Flynn in 2011, who denounced what he called censorship on honourable members discussing an issue of great importance. I know you too would want to denounce such censorship. I want to issue one caveat about the motion today. The government will, of course, comply with the terms of the humble address in full. As I say, we support the motion. But as the House will know, there is a live police investigation into the former Duke of York after his arrest on suspicion of misconduct in public office. The House will also be aware that following that arrest on the 19th of February, Buckingham Palace issued a statement on behalf of the King. His Majesty emphasised that the law must take its course and that the Palace will provide its full and wholehearted support and cooperation. The statement concluded with a commitment that His Majesty and the royal family would continue in their duty and service to the nation. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that is a sentiment that the whole House will support. As the police have rightly said, it is absolutely crucial that the integrity of their investigation is protected. And now these proceedings are underway, it would be wrong of me to say anything that might prejudice them. Nor will the government be able to put into the public domain anything that is required by the police for them to conduct their inquiries unless and until the police are satisfied. I'm sure the honourable member would agree with that point. Yes, of course.
I agree with everything he's saying, but I think what's worrying quite a lot of us, and not just concerning Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but Mandelson as well, is that because of these ongoing police investigations, and because the wheels of justice grind exceedingly slow, it might be years before we see any of these papers. And I just really want to have an assurance from the government that they will do their utmost, despite what he just said about the police investigation, to ensure there's full transparency, because actually scandals are made much, much worse by any sense of cover-up.
I couldn't agree more with the honourable gentleman. I want to make sure that we move as fast as we possibly can, but I also want to make sure that justice does happen, and I don't want to do anything that would undermine the police investigations. I hope that they will be able to move as swiftly as possible, and we will certainly cooperate with them as swiftly as possible. I should just say it's worth bearing in mind that the documents that might be envisaged in this are mostly 25 years old, some of them a bit earlier. They may be substantial in number, and many of them will be in hard copy. So I hate to add to the right honourable member's fears about the speed with which things may be able to happen. But I think we would all want to make sure that we do all of this in a proper fashion. All of that, yes, of course.
Giving way, and as a point of clarification regarding the police investigations, he might have seen the intervention that Gordon Brown made on Sunday, asking constabularies to consider widening the probe on the basis of files that had been released as part of the data dump. One of the questions that's arisen, and I appreciate he won't be able to comment on what those police forces are planning to do or not do, but that all government departments, including the Ministry of Defence and including the Department for Transport, would be fully cooperative with anything that they would need. Could he give the assurance that every single department, without fear or favour, will give them whatever they need if they wish to widen the investigation?
We will do two things. First of all, we will seek to comply with the humble address as soon as we possibly can, given the caveat that I've already issued about the police investigation. We will also make sure that every single part of government cooperates entirely with both the Thames Valley Police and any other investigations by any other police forces, police force that there may be, on whatever they may be investigating. It's not for me as a government minister to instruct the police what they should or shouldn't investigate, or point them in one direction or another. Former Prime Ministers have a different set of responsibilities, so she's quite right. I don't want to undermine the investigation, but I also don't want to delay it in any way, and we will make sure that every department... yes, I don't want to give way to every single member of the Liberal Democrats, but I will, of course.
I thank the Minister greatly. Would he agree with me that it's actually timely, right now, that the government presses ahead with the Public Office Accountability Bill, which allows the Amendment 23, which is blocking everything at the moment, seems to be a way through and to ensure that we have transparency and that there's openness, but there is the security that the government can be assured, as can other members of the House, that anything that is subject to matters of intelligence or security, and indeed matters related to the police investigation, will not be released. There seems to be there's an answer in the government's hands, and I know not why they are waiting and waiting and waiting to get this sorted.
I'm not sure. She might have to repeat to me what she thinks the answer that is thus far evading me might be.
If I may, I will just say that actually this all relates. I could talk to him also about the whistleblowing bill and the office for an independent office for a whistleblower. It is the matter that people should be able to reveal what they know. They should tell the truth. I think it's shocking that we have to have legislation that people are told to tell the truth. But actually, all of this falls into the same remit, in that people should be free to declare exactly what it is they know, that papers should be released, but you have an independent judge, which is what happens at the moment, and is what is in this number 23 amendment. An independent judge, High Court judge, says what may and may not be released.
Can I just suggest we shorten interventions rather than making speeches, Minister?
I think I just want to return, Mr. Speaker, to what I said earlier, which the government will be... We will put everything into the public domain when we can. I don't want to do so at a time which would make it impossible for the police to secure the proper processes that they need to be able to do. I'm not sure that adding an intervening person helps that process. But I'm happy to listen if she catches your eye later on in the debate. And Mr. Speaker, with the leave of the House, I'll be responding to the debate as well. So I'm very happy to answer lots of questions. All right.
So specifically on this point, I'm grateful that the Minister is very willing to say that he will comply with the terms of this motion, but is also trying to manage expectations about the speed in which the government may act. He will know that there will nonetheless still be some members of the public who will view that with some suspicion and alarm. They will be worried that the government might be trying to long grass it or put it in the too hard basket. Could the Minister commit either now or by the end of the debate that the government will regularly update this House so that opposition parties don't have to repeatedly bring ministers to the House to urgent questions? Could he agree perhaps to set out by the end of this debate how often the government would intend to inform this House about regular updates?
I'm very happy to commit now to updating the House as often as I possibly can in a way that is informative to the House. But she's quite right that I am slightly trying to manage people's expectations about timeliness, partly because of the quantity of material and because there is a live police investigation, and I just don't want to jeopardise that. If there are things that... I will in a moment. If there are things that are embarrassing to the government, that's who cares? I want to make sure that we end up getting the proper justice that is necessary for the victims, and that means that we have to have a proper police procedure. If there are charges brought, then that has to go through a judicial process as well, and I don't want to undermine that. But of course, I'm very happy both in a private way and publicly to update the House when I have anything possible to say. Now, I am trying to get to the end of my speech, and people normally like it when I get to the end of my speech. So I see I've united the House, Mr. Speaker. But I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
I understand the concern about not treading upon the police investigation, but surely the police investigation is about the conduct of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor in the role, whereas this humble address is about the appointment and the process of appointment. Is there not a distinction there, which means that this humble address of itself should not unduly impede any police investigation or be hindered by it?
Well, if he doesn't mind, I'm quite happy to explain to him out of the chamber precisely why I disagree with him, because I don't... Again, if I were to explain more fully in the chamber, I think that might not be very helpful to either the police or the criminal process. But I'm very happy to explain to him outside the chamber, and I think he might come back in and agree with me. I think he might. Just sometimes he agrees with me. He agrees. Not very often, but anyway. You know, small mercies and all, eh? Mr. Speaker, I also want to make it absolutely clear to the House that the former Duke of York's role as a special trade representative was very different to the one performed by the government's current trade envoys. This has often been confused, I think, in the public discussion at the moment. Trade envoys today are appointed by ministers with a formalised set of rules of conduct. They are unpaid. They work with my department on attracting and retaining inward investment while supporting UK firms to take full advantage of new trade opportunities. They are all members of either this House or another House. And I have recently emphasised to all of those trade envoys the importance of maximising the programme's impact on ensuring that it aligns completely with the goals of our trade and industrial strategies. They are under the same obligations as ministers in adhering to departmental restrictions, guidelines and confidentiality clauses, the same ones outlined in the Ministerial Code. In sum, trade envoys play an important role in boosting economic growth, delivering our industrial and trade strategies and helping British business to export. I'll stress this again, Mr Speaker. The role held by Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor was not a trade envoy position as we would understand it today, and I'm enormously grateful to the trade envoys today who go beyond the call of duty in promoting UK PLC. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's role was a separate one entitled UK Special Representative for International Trade and Investment. Mr Speaker, there is unanimous agreement across this House that those who may be guilty of misconduct in public office should face the full force of the law. That applies to everyone, regardless of who they are or how they were appointed. This was a point made by my right honourable friend prior to the news of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's arrest. One of the core principles of our constitutional system is the rule of law. That means that everyone is equal under the law and nobody is above the law. I share the anger, the disgust expressed by many at the alleged behaviour of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor. What we are seeing now is a full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated by the police. And in that investigation, they will, of course, have the government's unwavering cooperation and support. Sometimes it feels to many members of our country that there is one rule for the rich and famous and another rule for the rest of us. But actually, there is only one rule, the rule of law.
To Shadow Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate the right honourable gentleman for securing this debate. I should say at the outset the Conservatives support this motion. And the truth is that the people who helped Jeffrey Epstein, who helped him by supplying him with contacts and information, were the people who enabled him to become powerful. And those people effectively enabled him to build his net of influence, his net of abuse. And that network of power, in turn, enabled him to abuse more and more people. So it is quite right that this House is enabled to scrutinise what went on and how it went on. I listened to the Minister's remarks and I appreciate the way that he's approached this debate and the way that the government is going to constructively cooperate with the terms of the address. But I must say that this is the second occasion in only a few weeks when the government has had to be brought here by opposition parties under the terms of a humble address to disclose information that it could quite obviously have disclosed without the need for a humble address in the first place. And so whilst I accept the humility with which he's taken the debate, actually the government as a whole could have been much more proactive on this issue right from the start. And I also appreciate the humble way in which he came to the House and reminded us that he had been right all along. Very humble. The right honourable gentleman, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, referred to this as the first global political scandal, and indeed it is a global political scandal that has reached its tendrils into the operation of many governments across the West and indeed the East. And the fact that our allies in Poland have launched an intelligence investigation into Epstein's links with Russia, the fact that in the published Epstein papers it's clear that Jeffrey Epstein was supplying people at the very top end of Putin's regime with sensitive information about the American leadership shows that this is an international scandal, and one in which our government and our security services must play their part in uncovering things. I know that the right honourable gentleman is a lover of history, so I must gently take issue with his claims that this is the first global political scandal. I think the Dreyfus affair, the XYZ scandal, the Panama scandal, there have been many, but this is, to take a substantive point, a global political scandal. And I very much like to associate myself with the remarks made by my honourable friend from Strangford that we can only be, as a general point, very supportive of the royal family's role in promoting our country. I think those people who have witnessed the best of the royal family using its awesome soft power to support what we do best can only be in awe of the vast commitment it makes to public service and to the life of the country. And indeed, if it is the case, as reported in the press, that very senior members of the royal family expressed concerns about Mr Mountbatten Windsor's appointment in 2001, one can only feel enormous sympathy with them about what has subsequently come to light. Because these revelations surrounding the relationship between Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and Jeffrey Epstein, just as with the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein, and the arrest of both men on suspicion of misconduct in public office, make it right that questions are asked and make it right that information is brought before this House. And if one looks back to 2001, it is possible to identify the hand of Epstein in Mr Mountbatten Windsor's appointment. It is reported that Peter Mandelson first met Epstein in the summer of 2001. Mountbatten Windsor had first met Epstein, I believe, in 1999. And shortly after Mandelson's first meeting in October 2001, Mandelson is appointed as trade envoy. The minister shakes his head. I'll go through the chronology again for him because it's there's no harm. Mandelson met Epstein. Hansard will report. It may be that the numbers were juggled up in the minister's head. That in the summer of 2001, Mandelson met Epstein for the first time, and in October 2001, Mountbatten Windsor was appointed as trade envoy. And so it's possible that Mandelson influenced. Now, what I also said is that in 1999, Mountbatten Windsor met Epstein for the first time, so he was already an associate of Epstein. So I'm glad to have that sorted out. I can go through it again, but I'm sure the Minister can read about it tomorrow. I'm happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for giving way. I think by sketching out that timeline, I think that brings to light the reason why in our humble address we are calling for information in relation to the actual creation of the appointment, which the Minister rightly pointed out was a unique role that was created for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Does he therefore agree with me that we are right to not only call out that creation of the role, but also to ascertain whether Mandelson had any role within it?
No, very much so. And as I say, what would have been better is if the government had been proactive on this and had not had to be brought to the House by opposition parties in order to release this information. And I'm very glad that the Liberal Democrats have learnt the lesson of the Conservatives' humble address a few weeks ago, that it's always good that once the Conservatives have, designed a bandwagon, got it up and running, showed that it can move at high speed, the Liberal Democrats scramble up and get on board. But, better late than never. And so, is anybody trying? No, fine. So as we see, if we go through the sequencing very carefully, it's possible that there was influence from Epstein, who we must acknowledge was not had not been arrested or convicted in 2001, but about whom there were rumours and reports, and who in any case was a highly influential foreign businessman. And if it was under his influence that Mr Mountbatten Windsor was appointed as trade envoy, then it would be useful to see what the Prime Minister knew when that appointment was made. I will give way to the Honourable Lady.
Giving way. I think what he's trying to get to is a point that deeply concerns me, which is we need to understand the extent to which the then Prince Andrew was leaning on government for things that he wanted. And an example of this is in the recent Epstein files. There is an exchange between Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, about how Andrew had written to the Ministry of Defence in order to allow their plane to land at an RAF base in Norfolk on the 7th of December in 2000. So his influence on government predated his appointment. And what we want to understand is to what extent was he already trying to influence government as a prince, and what did that lead to in his role as a trade envoy? Would he agree that that is incredibly important to get to the bottom of.
Yes, and I'm afraid I don't know what year 2000. Well, I agree with her, that's an interesting point, although I think if one looks at the precise wording of the Liberal Democrat humble address, something like that might not fall within its context. So, she may wish to table an amendment to her own party's humble address in order to get at that. But transparency is essential in all of this. And that's, why, on this side of the House, we very much hope that the government will give us transparency quickly. And I turn to the point that my right honourable friend, Father of the House, made, that there is a danger that the government uses a police process as a means of not disclosing certain information. And I say that not because of what the Minister has said today so much as what was said yesterday by the right honourable gentleman who is Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, when in the context of our own humble address, he said, "I can confirm that those documents will be made available, subject, I am afraid, to the exclusion of one particular item, in which number 10 asked Peter Mandelson a number of questions. The Met Police have asked that to be held back, subject to their investigations. That item will therefore have to be published at a later date, but the documents that are not subject to the Met Police investigation will be published very shortly." I think it would assist this House if, I think this was a point that my honourable friend from Northampton made, it would assist this House if the government could explain why the Met Police have asked that that item is held back. And I also think it would be helpful if the government would confirm that there is no bar to it handing that document over to the ISC. And this is a point on which the Chair has been very clear. On the 4th of February, Mr. Speaker said, the Metropolitan Police have no jurisdiction over this House, have no jurisdiction over what this House may wish to do. It will be a matter of whether or not the government provide the information. I want to let members know that the police cannot dictate to this House. That the police cannot dictate to this House. And there is a means that was specifically debated during the original humble address, which enabled members of this House, i.e. the ISC, to be given this information regardless of a police investigation. Happy to give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way in what is a very important point that he is making, and something which concerns me deeply in this, is that my constituents, members of the public, are increasingly concerned that what they see is the tendrils that the honourable gentleman referred to reaching into government through this debate, and that in the handling of these papers and the release of information, we must at all times be aware of the impact on the reputation, not just on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor or Lord Mandelson, but on us in this place, previous governments and subsequent governments in Parliament. Would the honourable member agree?
Very much so. And I know that honourable members, or certain honourable members on all sides, will be aware of just how bad it will look if the government does not provide information swiftly as possible. I'll give an example where that is not happening, given that the original humble address was nearly 2 weeks ago. Now, during that debate, I raised the issue of Palantir and how in February last year the Prime Minister had an unrecorded meeting with Palantir in Washington, didn't appear in his register of meetings. He was accompanied on that visit by Peter Mandelson. Peter Mandelson, whose company in which he held a commanding share, had Palantir as a client. And then subsequently, later in the year, Palantir received a direct award from government worth about £240 million. A very substantial contract. When I raised this in the House, there was concern on both sides, a cross-party issue, and the Minister agreed to write to me confirming, or I asked him to confirm, that the Cabinet Secretary, whoever that turned out to be, would be investigating what is clearly looks like a case of conflict of interest. I still have not received a reply. I've not received any reply, despite me bringing it up again at the dispatch box at the start of this week and being assured that I would receive a response. I just don't think that this is good enough. And it's very, very important that the opposition can hold the government to account in a meaningful way. So to the honourable lady's point, I think it's extremely important that the government should be seen to be willingly providing information rather than having to be pushed every step of the way to do the right thing. And I'll just sort of make an additional point on this score. And whilst we do very much support the humble address today, I just ask the government to be clear that nothing in this humble address is going to slow down the process of delivering on the original humble address. Nothing at all. Because whilst there is historic interest and contemporary interest in the history of what happened in 2001, what this government did in choosing to appoint Peter Mandelson, despite the information that it had at its disposal, is of paramount importance. This government must come clean, and come clean quickly, because, as Buckingham Palace said the other day, no one is above the law.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unaccountable power must not hide. Privilege must not be protected. Money must be accounted for, and elite networks of men operating here and overseas must meet their reckoning for dehumanising, subjugating, exploiting and sexually assaulting women who must have justice. The web of abuse surrounding Mr. Epstein and his associates must be brought to book. And Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor, as a known associate, must also be held to account in his role as a special trade envoy and for his associations too. We have all been revulsed by the stories that we have heard, and that's why today's debate must also be about the victims and survivors. I first raise concern, obviously, because my constituency carries the name York, and the Duke of York's ambassadorial associations with our city caused much concern in my community. And therefore I brought those concerns to the House on the 21st of February 2022. And this was just days after the settlement to the lawsuit to Ms Giuffre, known to be in the region of £12 million. Clearly my city was very disturbed, and as a result of that, a human rights city no less, I sought to see a separation between the title and the city, and brought forward later that year, after working very closely with the clerks, a bill in order to remove the title, something which still has not been done. I brought forward another bill just last year for the removal of title, again bringing in the option of removing the title from peerages as well, and having worked through that, still not had a positive response to that. But the reason I'm speaking in this debate today is because in looking into these issues, I realise that the humble address itself is narrow in its scope. But secondly, what do we do with the information once it's been corroborated? Clearly, there's the police investigation, which must take its course, and I'm sure will be deep and thorough because it runs so far. But ultimately, if we're just looking at the appointment, what about the period over that time when he carried out the role, and also the implications to the wider networks? So I don't want this to end up in the court of public opinion, or perhaps the media digging deeper and deeper into more and more stories. But what does it do to this place? What does it do to change the way that systems work? I'm happy to give way.
I'm very grateful for the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I recognise definitely the work she's done on titles and holding Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to account. I think she's raising a good point around making sure we don't have a court of public opinion, but I would like to give my thanks to many of the media outlets, it doesn't matter which one you read, what your political slant is, who have done tremendous work trawling through tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of documents, and I do think we owe them a debt of gratitude for bringing to light many of the awful things that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor is alleged to have been associated with. Does she agree with me on that point?
I do with the honourable gentleman, because I know that journalists have been up through the night poring over the Epstein files, digging deep to hold power to account. And it's a vital role that our media does, and long may it continue. Their scrutiny is important for this place and the work that we do here. But in saying that, we need a process of learning from this. And I do believe there should be a judge-led inquiry to ensure that the multiple strands of this global network of power are brought into account, so we can learn and we can hold to account in this place any future concerns that we may have around how these associations are formed, the depth in which they infiltrate places like this, or indeed the government, and indeed international networks, which as we have learnt over the last few weeks, where sensitive information has been shared, financial information has been shared, issues which impact on our constituents as markets, trade, and that has an impact on the very people we're here to represent. And I think for no longer can these powerful men swan around the world, having these conversations, gaining more power, and exploiting whoever passes their path, and not be accountable. And therefore we need to understand how to bring transparency across all institutions, including all areas of government, even deeper, as we try to do in this place each and every day. As the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon says, it's far-reaching, this inquiry that must pursue. I recognise that many departments are missed out in the humble address. To understand, for instance, how transport has been used. We need to understand not just civil transport, but military transport. The missing logs. Who were on those planes? Where were they going to? And where did they come from? We need to understand the expenses system that ensued, how signing off for massages became a duty of the taxpayer. Clearly, individuals questioned it, as we heard, but the reality is people weren't feeling empowered to blow the whistle and to raise those concerns. So we need to ensure that we institute processes where people can raise concern wherever they see that. We don't have the confidence at the moment within the systems that that was undertaken. So how are we going to institute that? Then there's questions about visas. We know that 90 people came in and out of the country during the period that we are looking at today. And of course, rigour in appointment processes. Much has been heard over the last few months around that, and of course that comes to the heart of the humble address today. But we need to ensure that all those appointments are transparent. And whilst I heard what the Minister said today, we have 32 trade envoys. I've never seen one post advertised. I'm not aware of the expertise that those individuals have with regards to trade or their particular relations with a particular country, and what they actually add, what value they actually bring, how we assess that from this place. And therefore I do ask that we have a proper review over all of these appointments that we hear about as to what they bring, because surely we should have better accountability. And finally, I just want to raise the intelligence services as well. I cannot believe that our intelligence services were not aware of some of the movements that Mr. Mountbatten-Windsor had. How do we bring that to account too, to ensure that that information is also in the public domain? And where are the minutes of all of those meetings? What do they say? And how do we find out? So there are so many questions in response to the humble address being put today, but I do think we have to think about what we want to do from this point on as well, not just holding that information, not just examining that information, not just commenting in the tea rooms and the corridors. What we want to do is to ensure that that power is held to account, and that those with privilege know that they are answerable for the responsibilities that they hold. So I conclude. As the light is shone deeper into the darkest of these networks, of the elite exploitations, and the systems must be overhauled and reviewed. May the police do their job and do it well and extensively. And in this place, may we focus always on the women who were exploited, gaslit and traumatised and left broken, as we seek justice, but also seek to hold that power to account.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to speak today about transparency and accountability in public life and how the system that we find ourselves in today has been maintained and got us to where we are. In the early noughties, I was working overseas, as I've said, with the British Council. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor visited us as part of his role as a UK trade envoy. Before his arrival, senior staff in both the embassy and the British Council were rolling their eyes. His reputation preceded him. I was told it was a containment exercise, that overseas missions feared putting him out there in case he said something inappropriate, that he was arrogant and that he wasn't on top of the detail of his brief. Rather than looking forward to his visits as an opportunity to promote Britain, instead it was thought that he would do damage. Moreover, there were rumours about him, that he refused to stay in the ambassador's residence, would only stay in the Four Seasons or similar top-end hotels, and that he took with him an ironing board overseas when he went. That was a euphemism for a massage table. That was all well known amongst many officials. It even inspired a BBC TV programme, The Ambassadors, in 2013, a couple of years after Andrew was forced to relinquish his role as trade envoy. But this, it seems, was known about in the diplomatic circles I experienced way back at the start of the noughties, and yet Andrew Mountbatten Windsor enjoyed another 10 years as a trade envoy. But yet when I questioned why this was allowed to happen, I was met with a shrug. Everyone knows, it was said. Andrew, as I have said, came to an exhibition I had put on about Dolly the sheep, at the time the pinnacle of British innovation, and we were rightly proud of it as an example of UK scientific excellence. And one of my team, a young Japanese woman who worked for the British government as a member of staff of the British Council, her job, we paid her, was to promote the UK, showed the then prince around with some Japanese dignitaries. Dolly the sheep, he sneered, it's rubbish. Frankenstein sheep, he said. My team member was deflated and didn't understand why this representative of the British state diminished what she was rightly proud of. And the talk of Andrew and what he was like came to my own personal dinner table. My late father-in-law, Air Vice Marshal in the RAF, was at a dinner overseas with Mountbatten Windsor on an overseas trip in the 1990s. Windsor said in front of many foreign military and diplomatic seniors, no need for a Royal Air Force. My father-in-law said nothing, and that was a problem. You couldn't because of Windsor's privileged position, but he raised it with the Chief of Air Staff and was told it would be raised with the Palace. What happened next? Who knows? Did diplomats raise the concern to their seniors and to the very top from early on? Did the Palace do its own internal investigation? If they did, was it shared with the Department for Business and Trade? Where did these concerns all go? And in doing so, did they, the system, unwittingly or wittingly, support protection or cover-up? Because of the way things were done or deference? That, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the point of this debate. Some officials knew, or the system seemed to know, but the system seemingly failed to do anything about it for 10 years because of privilege and because of deference.
Will she give way?
I will give way.
Thank you for giving way. I mean, just on this point around which departments had which papers, does she not also think, and I note in the humble address today, it says departments including but not limited to. Surely the royal household, papers in the royal household that relate to this matter should also come under the scope of this humble address. Does she agree?
My honourable friend, I do agree. I think here there is a systematic failure and joined-upness that we need to unravel. And I will come back to that in the course of this speech. When there was scrutiny after 2011, there was still a failure of oversight. What does this say about our society, how we protect privilege and what we are prepared to accept on behalf of the British state and our representatives? Can rules be broken by some people and not others? Do propriety and ethics belong to all those who represent the British state? Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a parliamentary monarchy. That means that if the Palace does not open itself to scrutiny and carry out its own inquiry, then Parliament must. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have some questions. On what basis was Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor given the role as trade envoy? Who put him forward, and was there resistance to it? While he was trade envoy, what concerns were raised and with whom, from what date, and how were they actioned? Money was put up by the royal family to protect him. Does Parliament have a right to understand why that money was put up and that public funds were not used in the civil settlement with Virginia Giuffre? Can we, as Parliament, find this out, that not one penny of public money was used in this settlement? Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you will share with me the concern about levels of public confidence in our institutions, all our institutions, and in the people that represent them. Parliament must assert itself in this regard, and I call, along with my colleagues, for the full publication of all documents related to Mountbatten-Windsor's appointment as a special envoy and an end to negative privilege, so that MPs in this place can speak freely about the concerns they have and disclose information in the House of Commons, even if that individual is a member of the royal family. I will end, as I must, with thoughts of the victims of the Epstein scandal, which has triggered so much of this debate, and all of those who are victims of power and privilege and deference. They are foremost in our minds as this furore continues. It is thanks to their bravery that we know the extent of Epstein's crimes and the wider implications for our own establishment. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way, and I'm very conscious she said she was close to concluding, but her words at the end there for victims are very, very powerful. I co-chair the Harrods Survivors of Al Fayed, APPG, and we've just started our work, but members may have heard a very powerful interview on the World at One a couple of weeks ago, which talked about the fact that that lack of acknowledgement of what had taken place, and also that the police were not properly understanding trafficking. The Shadow Minister described this as a global enterprise. Does she agree with me that we need to do much, much more work around this? And it isn't just about the victims of Epstein, it is about other trafficking victims.
I thank my honourable friend, and she is quite right. This is about systemic failure, and we are at the very, very beginning of this. This is not the end, this is the beginning. And for the victims of Epstein, we must do everything we can to ensure this investigation and inquiry continues into it. On behalf of those victims, on behalf of those victims that are suffering right now from the same thing, we must ensure that the wider system cleans itself up, and we must facilitate that.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The release of the Epstein files has shone a light where so many people did not want a light to be shone. Because even with millions of documents still to be released, what's abundantly clear is that for decades, the rich, the politically powerful and the well-connected have colluded to cover up their utterly appalling behaviours. And that light which is now being shone doesn't just illuminate those who are personally responsible for their behaviour. It also reveals those who knew what was happening, who enabled it, and who chose to turn a blind eye to it. And the people of this country are rightly furious. And that's why at the humble address yesterday on the release of the Peter Mandelson files, I made this point, and I'll make it again today, that with trust in the government at an all-time low, they really only have one chance to come clean about everything that they know and about everything that they hold, pertaining in this case to the creation of the role of Special Representative for Trade and Investment and the appointment of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to that post. Of course, unlike the Mandelson files which this House demanded be released, the appointment of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor didn't happen on the current government's watch, but Mr Mandelson leaves a long trail, and there may well be information which relates directly to him and which will cause serious embarrassment to many senior Labour Party figures who were in power at the time. Because let's not forget, the author Andrew Loney in his book entitled details, in into great detail, about how it was the former Trade Secretary Peter Mandelson who assisted Mr Mountbatten Windsor in landing the role of UK's special representative, seemingly against the advice of Mr Mountbatten's brother, the then Prince Charles. So let me repeat my warning from yesterday that these files must be released, and they must be released in full, because any attempt to sanitise what is in them and to save face for any government ministers, past or present, could have serious long-term consequences for our democracy. But it is also, Madam Deputy Speaker, the very least the victims and the survivors deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, we know there are serious questions that need answered about the appointment of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor as Trade Envoy back in 2001. Those questions include: whose idea was this? Who vetted him? Was he vetted at all? What role did Peter Mandelson play in making this appointment happen? What in his previous life made him uniquely suitable for the position of UK Trade Envoy? What warnings were given before and during his stint as Trade Envoy about his character and his behaviour? Who was he responsible to while serving as Trade Envoy? Who scrutinised his behaviour and his spending? And what warnings were given during his time as Trade Envoy, and how were those warnings handled? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to say, in a normal functioning democracy, we wouldn't have to have waited until Andrew Mountbatten had been stripped of his titles, evicted from his royal house, and was facing removal from the line of succession before being able to discuss this issue. There have been serious concerns about Mr Mountbatten Windsor for decades, much of it relating to his time as Trade Envoy. There are reports of him requesting that the public purse cover the cost of his massage services. And when one understandably angry and unhappy civil servant complained, he was promptly overruled by his bosses. That now retired civil servant commented recently, "I can't say it would have stopped him, but we should have flagged that something was wrong." And of course something was wrong. But what difference would it have made to us in this House? Because as a member of the royal family at that time, we were not allowed to question or examine what Mr Mountbatten was doing as our special trade envoy. But it wasn't just civil servants who found getting information on Mr Mountbatten Windsor all but impossible. The author Andrew Loney again has reported that he's had multiple freedom of information requests rejected, including on the grounds that it would be too time-consuming for the government departments to go through the volume of information, with one rejection actually saying that looking at just 1 year of Mr Mountbatten's time as Trade Envoy would mean going through 1,927 digital files, each containing multiple pieces of information. Yet until now, and until Mr Mountbatten's status changed, we in this House were not allowed to discuss it. Yes, absolutely.
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. And he's speaking, I think, to the fact that the title Prince has protected Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from greater scrutiny and inspection of his activities. What does he think we should do around ensuring that other titles, whether they be royal or Prime Minister or Secretary of State, don't protect powerful individuals?
I thank the honourable member for that intervention. And the answer is quite simple, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nobody can be above the law. Everybody has to be equal in the eyes of the law. And as Paul Flynn, the great Paul Flynn, said, we have to remove the bandages from our mouths in this place. And it's a point I will return to. But fundamentally, nobody, regardless of rank or privilege, should be or must be allowed to be above the law. And I know that many people will be embarrassed by what has happened, not least, as we've heard, the now leader of the Liberal Democrats, who is Under Secretary for Business, Innovation and Skills, and I presume with his fingers firmly crossed behind his back, was forced to come out and stoutly defend the then Prince Andrew, saying, I believe the Prince of York is doing an excellent job. He's a long-standing success and he's been great for British business. But the reality is, as a government minister, what else could he have said? Because we are not allowed to speak the truth in this place when it comes to certain individuals. And within 3 months of the Right Honourable Member making those comments, Mr Mountbatten Windsor had resigned from the job in disgrace because of his continued relationship with the convicted paedophile and child sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. But it wasn't just his relationship with Epstein that caused the concern. In February of 2011, the Minister at the dispatch box today, the Right Honourable Member for Rhondda and Ogmore, attempted to raise a question about the special representative role and his links to the notorious convicted Libyan arms smuggler, only to be told from the then Speaker, references to the royal family should be very rare, very sparing and very respectful. Madam Deputy Speaker, these archaic rules make a mockery of our democracy. And the situation we face now was always going to occur, particularly when the royal family can and do have both a constitutional role and involve themselves in the political realm. Absolutely.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Would the Honourable Member agree with me that it's quite extraordinary that we're urging the Parliament of a foreign country, Congress, to investigate this matter when this is our trade envoy and a member of the royal family?
There is a slight, I thank the Honourable Member for that intervention. There's a slight irony, that we are talking, we like to talk ourselves as being the mother of Parliament, the cradle of democracy. And yet, when it comes to an issue such as this, we are bound by archaic rules, which means we cannot hold the most powerful people to account. And let's be honest, when it comes to the royal family, there may be some very, very good ones, there may be some very, very bad ones. But if you believe in a hereditary monarchy, it's your potluck what you get. Madam Deputy Speaker, having seen the rules that have led us to where we are now, it is surely time to review them, because it is beyond ridiculous that someone in a similar position could be appointed to exactly the same job as Mr Mountbatten Windsor was, but because they have been lucky in the great genealogical sweepstake, they find themselves born into the royal family and therefore automatically above scrutiny, accountability and therefore above beyond reproach. Absolutely.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for giving way. I'm listening very closely to what he's saying. But given that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is no longer a royal, there's not really anything stopping us having a judge-led public inquiry into his affairs and all that attends thereupon. Does he agree?
I could not agree more with my honourable friend. Absolutely. But isn't it ridiculous? Isn't it ridiculous that the King had to strip him of his titles, evict him from his home, for us to be able to have this discussion? And I think that is what has to change. So in conclusion, I urge the Minister, for that great trailblazer, Paul Flynn, the former member for Newport East, I hope that the government not only release everything that they hold pertaining to the appointment of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but they also remove what he described as the bandages on our mouths, so that no one is above the law and no one's behaviour is beyond scrutiny by members of this House.
Anna Sabine. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A lot's been said on the nature of being a trade envoy and the fact that a special trade envoy role was created for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And quite rightly, the Minister pointed out that we wouldn't recognise trade envoys today as they were then. He also mentioned the excellent parliamentarian David Heath, who represented Somerton and Frome, which covers part of my constituency. David was a trade envoy when he served in government. And when he was the trade envoy to Nigeria and Angola, the government wouldn't pay for his yellow fever jabs in case he went somewhere else with yellow fever when he wasn't on government business and he derived some private benefit from the jabs and he had to pay for his own. His wife Caroline tells me the only thing he got out of his chips was food poisoning. And so I think that while it would be nice to think there wasn't one rule for some and one for the other, there clearly was, and it's really important that we understand the nature of the brief that Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was given when he became trade envoy, because the others certainly weren't getting massages on the taxpayer. But while this debate concerns Mountbatten Windsor, it's not about one man. It's really about the structural sexism that is embedded in our institutions. Violence against women and girls doesn't persist in this country for a lack of speeches in this chamber. It persists because structurally it's still not treated as foundational to our policy making. There are many members across this House utterly committed to tackling violence against women and girls. Many have dedicated their political lives to this cause, often in the face of horrific abuse. This isn't a party political issue, nor is it about individual commitment. It's about whether the system itself is designed to prioritise women's safety, and too often it's not. Defence is seen as core business, the Treasury is seen as core business, infrastructure is seen as core business. But violence against women and girls is too often siloed, assigned to one minister and under one strategy, as though half the population's safety is a niche concern rather than a central test of whether the state is functioning. Sure.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she not agree with me that a powerful illustration of the point she's making is that women inequality's ministerial questions in this place gets just 30 minutes each week, and a very compressed one just before Prime Minister's questions each time?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I'm actually just coming on to give another example of the way in which this sexism is embedded. I recently wrote to both the Minister of Housing and the Minister of Safeguarding and Violence Against Women and Girls to ask why the recent draft National Planning Policy Framework made no mention of women and girls' safety, bearing in mind that this document sets out how we design and build the spaces and places we live in. The response from the MHCOG was jaw-dropping. They said, and I quote, "The NPPF is a planning document. It sets out guidelines for house building and planning in England. The VORG strategy is about protecting women and girls from violence and misogyny. It's unclear as to why anyone would expect the two things to be combined. If it's unclear to the department responsible for planning why violence in women and girls should be considered in their work, then we have a structural problem. And this is where structural sexism becomes inseparable from power, because who makes the decisions matter. In this country, a remarkably small circle of people, disproportionately male, disproportionately drawn from the same networks, still make the most consequential choices."
Would my honourable member give way?
Sure.
I thank my honourable member friend for giving way when she's making an extremely important point. And on the issue of structural violence against women and girls, would my honourable friend agree with me that it is women and young girls who are the most vulnerable in the face of climate change and those disasters, natural disasters as a result, and exposed to violence, rape against young women and girls when they are displaced from their homes as a result? Now, as Trade Envoy, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor toured Gulf boardrooms, met alongside Shell executives, energy conglomerates, and that was, ermine royal access diplomacy. So just as in his personal life, he showed no conscience towards those women and young girls of victims and survivors of a convicted paedophile Epstein, in his role as trade envoy, nor did he think about those who were exposed to structural violence of women and young girls also.
Yeah, I totally agree. I couldn't have said it better. The people in these circles appoint one another, they defend one another, and they rehabilitate one another. And sometimes they do so in ways that many women looking on in that situation would not. And when the same small group repeatedly decides what's reputationally survivable, what's politically convenient, and what's worth overlooking, women's confidence in our institutions erodes, which is how this circles back to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. Because the issue isn't only his personal conduct. It's about cultures of deference, it's about protective networks, and it's about systems where rehabilitation for powerful men can move faster than justice or safety for women, which is precisely why transparency matters. When decisions are taken within small, powerful circles, sunlight is not a luxury, it's a safeguard. If Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was appointed and maintained as a special trade envoy, then the public is entitled to understand how that decision was reached, what advice was given, what risks were assessed, and who signed it off. We cannot say we are serious about accountability while withholding the very documents that will allow this House and the public to scrutinise how power was exercised. Releasing all correspondence, risk assessments and internal advice relating to his role as trade envoy is not about political point scoring. It's about restoring trust, because transparency is the antidote to institutional deference, and without it, structural sexism continues to operate behind closed doors.
Helen Maguire.
No? So it's... Sure?
As I start to contribute to this debate, I do have to pause to pay tribute to all the young women who have risked so much to stand up and push for justice over the vile and corrupt web around the paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein and the crimes and abuse they suffered as children. But turning to Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and the motion before us today, transparency about the workings of an organisation is a key way to prevent corruption. Sunlight really is the best disinfectant. And appreciating that there is an ongoing police investigation that mustn't be jeopardised, Green MPs support the motion in the name of the Liberal Democrats, whilst noting the Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton's apology for defending Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor as doing an excellent job whilst in office in 2011 and the reasons he gave for that. This is when Paul Flynn, the formidable late former MP for Newport West, held his debate in the House in 2011 that other members have referred to. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the royal family is sheltered from scrutiny in too many ways, and it's very, very clear now what a risk this can pose. We have heard many examples of MPs facing restrictions and limits on what we can ask about royal activity, but it is reasonable and right that we should scrutinise any work they do on the country's behalf in the fullest way possible, and we look at how these restrictions can be removed and others. Now, as I understand it, Section 37 of the Freedom of Information Act exempts communications between relevant authorities and members, not just the King, but wider members of the royal family, from being released under Freedom of Information requests. Now, that really is one rule for the rich and powerful and one rule for the rest of us, as the Minister condemned earlier. And I believe this is a serious transparency loophole for royals that must be closed. For example, it could mean that if positions such as trade envoy are filled by members of the royal family, it would be, predictably, significantly harder for the press, public and MPs to make sure things are above board, and much harder to get details when things go very, very badly wrong. One example of the effect of this on transparency is in today's Guardian, where there's a profile of the author Andrew Lowney, who's the author of a biography of Andrew called Entitled, and he talks about the stacks he has of rejected freedom of information requests from different government departments. This is why this humble address is so important, as it would uncover whether these restrictions in the FOI Act were in fact part of the equation in making the appointment. I have tabled early day motion 2769, which now has support from MPs of 6 political parties, calling for the King to release all communications between members of the royal family and the paedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein. But obviously that is just the start of what is needed. I'm very grateful for the motion today. If reports are correct that the royal family were aware of concerns about Andrew's financial dealings ahead of his appointment, there are serious questions about whether and how that knowledge matches the King's statement following Mountbatten-Windsor's arrest, suggesting he had only recently learned about his brother's misconduct. And it is reasonable to raise these questions too and find out what advice was given from the palace at the time, including as suggested by the current King, for or against the appointment. And I want to add that reactive cooperation with any investigation cannot be enough on the royal family's part. That suggests waiting to be asked by the police, whereas the royal family could be proactively checking its records and visitor logs. It could be speaking to palace and Royal Lodge staff to encourage them to share information with the authorities. And it could be making sure there is an effective whistleblowing policy within the palace. We also need to be able to scrutinise the exact provenance of the £12 million payout from Andrew to the brave late Virginia Giuffre. So to conclude, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor should never have been a trade envoy for this country, but that is not the only matter that requires urgent transparency. His relationship with the child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein has turned the nation's stomach, and we also need to know who in the royal household knew what and when, as well as what he did when he was trade envoy. As part of ensuring that, I hope the Minister will make it clear today that royal freedom of information exemptions that have for too long allowed their power to act in the shadows, concealing important truths from MPs and the public, also need to go.
Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm one of a handful of MPs on these Liberal Democrat benches and on the current government benches who was elected in the wake of a political scandal. Yeah. In my case, in December 2021, a financial scandal followed by a cover-up by the then Conservative government trying to get one of their own off the hook
And then in the midst of that by-election, there was revelations about Partygate, where it emerged that the Prime Minister had concluded at the time, the Prime Minister of the time, had concluded that there was probably a number of rules that the people in this country that were subject to that didn't apply to him. And I can remember very, very clearly knocking on doors during that by-election and feeling the anger of my constituents that a small group of elite people had concluded that there was rules that applied to them that didn't apply to the people at the top of our society. And I think they would have described that as entitlement. And that's why this debate today is so important, because we must, to restore the trust of the people who voted for me and for those other people who were elected in the wake of by-elections following scandals, and the wider British public, we need to tell them that we've learnt those lessons about political scandal, about cover-up, about entitlement, and are taking actions to restore their trust in what this House is up to and what the wider establishment is allowed to get away with. It's so important to hold the powerful to account. And since then, we've had another of other scandals which have destroyed trust in politics. We've had the VIP lane for COVID contracts. We've had the treachery of Nathan Gill. And we've had the concerns surrounding the appointment of Peter Mandelson. Now, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was intimately involved with Jeffrey Epstein, and we've learned in recent weeks that the relationship was probably much more deep than we first thought and continued much longer than maybe we first thought. And this association with one of the most despicable paedophiles in history at the heart of the British establishment is absolutely poisonous. The victims and survivors of Epstein's crimes must have been re-traumatised many times over the year by the complicity of all those who were closely associated with him and did nothing to bring his crimes to public awareness and bring him to account. I will give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. She makes a really, really important point about people who are victims of crimes perpetrated by people in the public eye, because it's particularly difficult for them, because it's almost like the trauma is repeated again and again when these things come to light, and obviously they're in the press and the media. Would you agree with me that we need to particularly support victims who are victims of crimes of this nature?
It makes an excellent point, and I can't imagine what it must have been like to be one of those victims or one of those survivors, and to see repeatedly over the years the establishment closing ranks around those that knew him and telling us everything was okay. And he's entirely right. This whole process must be extremely painful for everyone involved, and we should put them at the first and foremost of everything we do as we go forward.
On that point,
I'll give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. One of the things that I've been struck by is that as we hear more and more and more revelations, I think it's quite difficult for some members of the public to keep up. And for many of them, particularly a number of women, they'll want to turn away from what they see on their screens. Does my honourable friend agree with me that as we see what is unfolding in front of our eyes is a conspiracy of silence, where horrific acts were allowed to take place in the shadows, and increasingly we are seeing the arms of the British state were either protected, facilitated or colluded with these horrific acts by people in power? Does she agree with me that this House must make the boldest statement it can that we will not rest until every single stone is unturned?
Helen Morgan. Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. She puts it better than I could. She's entirely right. Because what we have seen here is complicity by people at the heart of the British establishment who we are in the right place to hold to account, but people as part of the international establishment, either turning a blind eye to the act of Jeffrey Epstein or possibly being implicated by them. We don't know that for sure yet. But those who did turn a blind eye must have known. They must have known what was going on. It isn't normal for an older businessman to be surrounded by young teenagers all of the time, to be receiving massages all sorts of other, as we know, terrible involvements, and for other people to think that that was somehow normal or acceptable or even admirable, as we heard Donald Trump say, some of those girls were on the younger side, as if that was something to be applauded. It was appalling. Those people must have known, and if they chose not to look, they are part of the problem. The decades-long cover-up, as I've said, must have compounded and worsened the trauma that those women, they were children at the time, compounded the trauma that they suffered. So first and foremost, let's put the victims first and let's allow the police investigations to go ahead. But we need to look at the wider elements of the scandal as well. As we've heard...
Would she give way?
I will.
I'm extremely grateful to her. Does she share my worry, though, that as it currently stands, the potential for human trafficking, which is at its core what those victims would have been the victims of, is actually not subject to a police inquiry currently? And would she, recognising of course that the police will make their own decisions, that is absolutely right, does she not agree that it is for this government to make sure they've got all possible resourcing that they might need, so that if they wanted to go down that particular rabbit hole, and I would urge them to do so actively, that they wouldn't be stymied by any lack of resource in that?
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, actually. I will allow.
Urge honourable members not to speculate about what the police might or might not be investigating.
Thank you very much. I thank the Minister for that reminder. I have been astounded, I have to say, by the brilliance of the British media and the journalists who have sifted through thousands and thousands of documents from the Epstein files and uncovered a scandal within a really, really short period of time that has rocked the British establishment to its heart and has got everybody in this place acting to try and uncover the appalling rot at the heart of the Epstein circle. And yet other jurisdictions who've been sitting on those thousands of documents for potentially decades have apparently had no curiosity whatsoever. And that in itself, I think, speaks volumes. I was going to say that the Polish government has launched an investigation into Epstein's links with Russia and his links with both Peter Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten must be causing enormous concern in the light of that development. And so I think it's right now that we seek transparency into the appointment of Andrew Mountbatten to this role. Because, as my honourable friend has just said, this wasn't about one mistake that led to an individual in an inappropriate position. This has been about a failure of an entire establishment to exercise curiosity, to undertake due diligence, and to put aside its, as an accountant we would call it, our professional scepticism, to put that aside and carry on with that appointment regardless, because that was an entitled person who needed a role. And so it's really, really important now, and I'm pleased that the government have agreed to comply with the request in this humble address and publish those documents. It's really, really important because the public need transparency. They need to understand quickly what happened and, crucially, what can be done in future to prevent such an appointment happening again. They need to have their trust restored, and they need to have their trust in this place restored, that we care enough to hold those powerful people to account and to make sure that we are always improving public life and not slipping backwards. The humble address itself seeks answers as to how a man with such a questionable reputation came to be appointed to represent the British state. But the debate today has highlighted the impenetrable networks of privilege that for decades have protected a paedophile and those who surrounded themselves with him, possibly for their own gain, and with total disregard for the victims of his crimes and the wider public to whom they were apparently indifferent. The government, when it came to power, promised to clean up British politics. There is a real moment of opportunity for them to demonstrate now that they are serious about that mission, and I hope they take that opportunity, and I hope they do this job properly.
Ian Solemn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This last week has been, by any measure, an extraordinary one in British public life. Within 5 days, 2 people have been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. One a former member of the royal family, the other a veteran Labour politician who was simultaneously, we now understand, the man who championed the first's appointment to his public role in the first place. Now, this motion is not an attempt to prejudice a police investigation. We are clear, let the police do their work. That investigation must proceed on its own terms, free from political interference. But the criminal law and parliamentary accountability are not the same thing, and they have never been mutually exclusive. Parliament has its own duty to scrutinise public appointments, to follow public money, and ensure that the institutions of state are answerable to the people they serve. That duty did not disappear when Thames Valley Police opened their case files. So let us ask the question that this House should have been asking for years. How did Andrew Mountbatten Windsor come to be appointed as Britain's Special Representative for International Trade and Investment in 2001? And what did those responsible for that appointment know? Because here is what we do know. His appointment was, by multiple accounts, controversial from the start. Concerns were raised within government, within the Foreign Office, and reportedly within the royal family itself. And yet he was appointed. For a decade, he travelled the globe on the public purse, meeting heads of state and billionaires with expenses described by former officials as lavish and poorly scrutinised, effectively given a rubber stamp. And all the while, his relationship with Epstein deepened. A relationship that the Epstein files now suggest may have been entangled with his official duties in ways that potentially breach both his duty of confidentiality and even the Official Secrets Act. The documents that might answer these questions should by now be in the National Archives under the 20-year rule. They are not. Every available exemption has been deployed to keep them sealed. National security, international relations, and more. Some, we are told, are locked away until 2065. Most of us in this chamber would not be here to read them if they were. As the member for Argyll and the member for Brighton Pavilion, who's no longer in her place, have already raised, the historian Andrew Lowney has spent years attempting to access these files through the proper channels. When asked what he made of this, he said simply, "Every single reason has been deployed to stop these papers getting out. You have to ask why." Madam Deputy Speaker, we are asking why. Now, at this point, some may ask, if Parliament has had the tools to scrutinise this through a substantive motion, why is this happening only now? And it's a fair question. No party in over a decade successfully used the parliamentary mechanisms available to force this issue properly. Not because the rules prevented it, but because the cultural gravitational pull of deference was so strong that sustained rigorous scrutiny of a public figure who happened to be a member of the royal family felt, to too many people, like it simply wasn't the done thing. The unwritten convention was as powerful, if not more powerful, than the written rule. That aspect is not a procedural failure, it is a failure of political culture. And it is precisely that culture that this motion challenges today. Now, I came to this place with a background in science, and in any field of systemic inquiry, there is an important principle. You cannot correct a failure you refuse to examine. Institutional failures do not disappear when you look away from them. They compound. The question of how Andrew Mountbatten Windsor came to be appointed, against objections reportedly raised from multiple directions, and how he was then allowed to operate for a decade with expenses rubber-stamped and minimal oversight, is not ancient history. It is the context in which every subsequent failure of public appointment standards must be understood. Beyond this motion, the Liberal Democrats are calling for structural reforms that match the scale of what has been revealed so far. We want a genuinely independent ethics advisor, able to initiate investigations, not waiting for permission from the ministers they are supposed to scrutinise. We want an office of the whistleblower with real legal protections so that the civil servant who was overruled when they tried to question an expenses claim has somewhere to go. We want a rigorous, transparent, confirmatory process for all significant public appointments, with proper parliamentary involvement from the outset, not as an afterthought, not after the damage has already been done. And we want to see an end to government by WhatsApp. All official business, on the record, all lobbying published, no more deals done in the dark. Madam Deputy Speaker, deference is not respect, silence is not discretion, and secrecy in public life is not safety. It is the condition under which misconduct flourishes. The documents we are asking for today should have been in the public domain years ago. This House has the power and the responsibility to require their release, and it should do today. Thank you.
Here. Luke Taylor, I know you're in a lot of pain, Luke.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and you'll have to forgive me for my dancing around to aid my pain back. Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Full quote from 1887 by British historian Lord Acton, and it explained how power in its most essential form inevitably corrupts. And I think we discuss here today how that absolute power, that feeling of invincibility, has led to the behaviour that we are also utterly disgusted about around the chamber. I speak on behalf of all residents who've been in touch with me over the last few weeks, whether you are a Republican, a monarchist, ambivalent to the general principle. What we see is a scandal that is not just engulfing Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but also dragging in the integrity of the wider royal family, because, as has been raised by the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion so correctly, we have to ask who knew what and when. What was known about the £12 million that was paid out to Virginia Guthrie in 2022? And how was that allowed to be used to settle a civil suit of allegations of Andrew's offences? Alleged offences, I should say. How was that allowed to happen in the first place? As my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, has already said, we've seen one friend of Epstein lobbying for a job for another friend of Epstein, and then a 12-year relationship that benefited them both financially and has now resulted in the two arrests for misconduct in public office. This humble address talks about how that began, and I think it is absolutely the right place to start. As a politician coming here, trying to convince the public that we are there to serve, we are there to represent them, that the conspiracies they read in the darker reaches of the internet are nonsense, and that there isn't an elite paedophile ring that runs the world's institutions, becomes increasingly difficult to maintain when actually we see these links in the files that go directly from the Kremlin to the White House and everywhere in between, including the British royal family. We talk about standards in public life. We talk about integrity. It's very difficult to maintain if not only that is known and the information in those files is understood by the public, but that then we're unable to scrutinise, we're unable to bring people to this place to ask questions about what has happened. So as discussed, this humble address covers quite a narrow set of papers that surround the appointment as the Special Envoy to the UK trading industry. However, I think we've all discussed as well the parliamentary gymnastics that has been required to get a discussion of outrageous misdeeds allegedly conducted by that man to be discussed in this chamber. And it's those parliamentary gymnastics that I think we have to call out as being so outrageously an outrageous impediment to what our jobs are in this very chamber that we need to dispel from this place entirely. We talk about as well the implications of Andrew and his line of his position in the line of succession. I think at the time that the photos were published of him walking in New York with Jeffrey Epstein in 2011, he was fourth in line to the throne. We talk now of his position, but at the time that that scandal was occurring, how close he was to the throne. It's disgusting. I think I'm going to ask the Minister specifically if he can give us an update on legislation that the government might bring forward to remove Andrew from the line of succession. We speak about, I think he's 8th in the line now, and maybe not such a worry, but the principle of that position to our head of state is obnoxious in the extreme, and I'd like to hear if he's got any update.
Give way?
Absolutely.
I think people just find this, we understand we have a living, breathing constitutional democracy that grows as society better understands things, but it just makes no sense, does it? That if the king doesn't want him to be a prince, it makes no sense that we have to still bring legislation in order to strip him of his dukedom and his earldoms, and equally that he remains in the line of succession and could potentially be a king. Now, yes, we've got plenty of other things we need to be getting on with, but there's a certain logic here that just needs tidying up, if nothing else.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I completely agree. I also want to thank the Minister for his very early acknowledgement of the support for the humble address today, and I also think that he has engaged constructively with comments about its scope, about exactly what it says, and I think that has been done in and broadly around the chamber, very much a supportive attitude. So I do thank him for that. I'm just going to return to the point about the negative privilege, that we cannot speak freely and have had to use this gymnastic approach to get to the point that we're at today. I've submitted a number of UQ requests to the Speaker's office, who has absolutely understandably not managed to get to justify a discussion of the scandal as it has unfolded, but the necessity that we've had to take to phrase it in the sense of an examination of the Prince's arrangements and his use of property and all sorts of confusing attempts to not then discuss it as we've mentioned around the chamber today has precluded us from doing.
I hate to add to this anguish, but there is a convention in the House that we don't refer to urgent question requests that we've put through to the Speaker.
And I will apologise for breaking that, but I think it is a useful demonstration, however rightfully and with such utter wisdom that we will never question, that the Speaker chooses. Again, it's that challenge to raise issues of this type in the chamber. I will move to close, thank you. Specifically now, and I think the Liberal Democrat benches have been pretty clear on this throughout the afternoon, we have to have a full statutory inquiry into the whole Epstein affair and the tentacles that it has inserted into our public life. we must allow those criminal investigations to be completed, but that investigation must be able to compel witnesses and required to give evidence under oath and to produce documents and other evidence. This must be used not only to punish those who have been complicit and have been involved in the heinous crimes that we've heard about and seen about in the media, who again, and I will reflect other colleagues' comments about the incredible work that the media and journalists have done in investigating these crimes and pouring through those files. I really do think that that cannot be overstated at the effort that they've taken on that. So just to conclude, we do have to ensure that the events that have transpired over the last 20, 30 years from Epstein's scandal can never be repeated, and that the investigation must allow us to fireproof our constitution from similar events ever happening again.
I was going to call Ollie Glover, but I wasn't sure whether the Minister wanted to do that next. But I'll call Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion is first and foremost about the victims of the appalling crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and his many associates, as well as the importance of protecting people from abuse of power. But it also has significant implications for wider political culture. As my honourable friend, the member for North Shropshire, articulately outlined, this and previous governments have been racked by scandal of many kinds. And this whole Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor affair adds to that by making a very significant contribution to already severe erosion of trust in our politics and institutions. And that is why we are calling for a public inquiry into all aspects of UK and British citizen involvement with Jeffrey Epstein over many years. Now, that inquiry would include, of course, taking account of police and criminal investigations, disclosure and publication of relevant documents. But we must go further. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Many people are talking about the different elements that could be examined during an inquiry. I've even heard some people saying that an inquiry could become too big and take too long. Would he agree with me that there is precedent in this country of having public inquiries in 2 or more parts, and that is a particular structure that the government and government ministers, who I hope would be listening, would consider in order to make sure that some parts of the inquiry that we need to see urgently looked at could happen sooner rather than later?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I think she makes a very practical proposal for how an inquiry could be conducted efficiently with appropriate prioritisation so that the most urgent matters get looked at rather than being bogged down in something that would take much longer. But we must go further. We must also toughen the penalties for breaching the ministerial code. We must create an office of the whistleblower to both protect and to empower and encourage people with valuable information to come forward and to speak up. I also support our calls for an end to negative privilege protections, which have prevented criticism of individuals in the royal family in this House for the reasons that we have heard today in this debate.
Would you give way on that point?
I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way. What strikes me as I've listened to this excellent debate actually this afternoon is that everything that our establishment sort of depends on is that the people at the heart of it are nice, trusted, good sorts who won't step out of line, and we don't have the mechanisms in place to challenge when that doesn't turn out to be the case. Would he agree with me that the points that he's outlining about Office of the Whistleblower and other statutory bodies to put a code around our behaviour in this place and in wider public life is so important, so that we don't just rely on people being good blokes?
Ollie Glover.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and I very much agree. There is far too much in British political and wider culture that does rely on taking things on trust and assuming that good motives and good intentions will win the day. Very sadly, the whole affair of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor shows that we cannot necessarily rely on that, and that we do need strong processes and procedures and protocols to make sure that we have the highest standards in public life. Madam Deputy Speaker, we all hope that the necessary changes to prevent a repeat of the whole Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor affair and abomination and the wider Epstein disgrace can be made within the structures of our current system of constitutional monarchy. Should that prove not to be the case, then we risk that calls for a change to our constitutional arrangements grow louder and more compelling.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I turn to the wider implications of this debate, it's really important to acknowledge why the Liberal Democrats have pressed for full transparency today. Serious allegations have been raised about Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor's conduct during his time as the UK's trade envoy, including reports that he claimed taxpayer-funded expenses for so-called massage services and other inappropriate costs. Former senior officials have described a culture of deference in which such claims were barely even questioned, expenses were rubber-stamped, and scrutiny was effectively absent. I will give way.
Honourable friend for giving way. We rightly say that no one in the country is above the law, and recent weeks have reinforced that principle. Surely it must also be true that no one is above our democratic. So do you think the government should now consider bringing the royal household within the scope of Freedom of Information Act to strengthen confidence in our institution?
I thank my honourable friend for making that powerful point, and I think it's a really important consideration that I hope the Minister is listening to and can respond to today. These concerns naturally lead to further questions. What did those around Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor know? What did police protection officers, civil servants, officials who accompanied him and travelled with him, were present during these official duties? What did they observe? What did they record? What did they raise? And crucially, what was dismissed and what was ignored? These are not just trivial matters. They speak directly to how an individual in public office was able to behave in ways that would never be tolerated from anyone else, and how the institutions around him completely and seemingly failed to act.
Just on that point,
We'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And just on this point about what the protection officers knew, for example, does it not show the outrageous power imbalance between a royal and an employee, and how the fact that you have someone in that situation who then has to, and we're talking about whistleblowing, we're talking about reporting what has been seen. Does it just not show how outrageous that even the prospect of having someone in that situation is, that they are then being held to account for not calling out the behaviour of someone whose position, whose privilege, whose kind of birthright has put them into such a position? Does he agree that this just shows how our constitution and our structure has put us into such an outrageous twist, and how difficult it's going to be to unwind that?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I completely agree with him, and I suspect this is just a small start on something that's much, much wider, and I imagine there's probably much more information on that to come. As the House turns its attention to the matter of Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, I also want to use this moment to refocus our minds on those who have been most consistently forgotten throughout all of this, the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and the justice they've been denied for far too many years. It's only because of their bravery in coming forward that we know the true extent of Epstein's crimes and the deeply troubling implications that those crimes hold for our own establishment, as has just been mentioned. Madam Deputy Speaker, when we talk of these survivors, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. Many UK victims are simply too afraid to come forward right now. Their fear is well documented in UK reporting, which describes a greater sense of fear and reticence among British survivors, fear of stigma, fear of being disbelieved, fear of the powerful networks that have long silenced these women and girls. And yet abuse did happen here in the UK. Epstein carried out wrongdoing during extensive and repeated trips to London. These weren't distant or abstract harms. They took place here on UK soil under UK jurisdiction, and so they demand a UK-led response. But instead of justice here at home, victims were effectively steered, and are still steered, Madam Deputy Speaker, into a US justice system. They're told to seek redress through the Epstein Victims Compensation Programme and a fund that ultimately paid $120 million to around 135 survivors, and did so more quickly and confidentially than litigation could. Now, that programme has been open internationally, and victims here in Britain could apply without needing a lawyer, making it less costly and less traumatic. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what does it say about our own UK justice system when British victims who are abused here on British soil are left seeking justice 4,000 miles away? When we ask traumatised people to navigate foreign bureaucracies because we here in the United Kingdom have nothing equivalent to offer them? And what does it say that only less than a handful of UK victims even approached a solicitor? Not because abuse didn't happen, we know that it did, but because the absence of any UK prosecution meant they didn't feel empowered to speak. We can draw a stark contrast between figures like Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, Peter Mandelson, who have allegedly enriched themselves through their associations, with the survivors who are left fighting for justice. What the Epstein files reveal is a powerful network of wealthy people colluding with Epstein, using their privilege to silence and dismiss survivors, a pattern which has been highlighted by the End Violence Against Women Coalition. This exposes how powerful men evade consequences while their victims struggle even to be heard, reinforcing the very fear that continues to keep British survivors in the shadows. Surely the role of this House, of any democratic institution worth its name, is not simply to just reinforce that silence, but to finally break it. And that's why today we call clearly and firmly for the UK to open criminal prosecution and survivor-led inquiries into London-based offences. These alleged crimes fall squarely within the UK jurisdiction. The offender's nationality is irrelevant, the victim's nationality is irrelevant. What matters is that the harms occurred here, and those harmed deserve justice here. Justice for British victims must not be outsourced abroad. Justice must not be dependent on the bravery of a handful willing to defy enormous pressure. Justice must not be conditional on navigating a foreign compensation scheme. Justice should be delivered transparently, confidently and compassionately here in Britain.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that having a public inquiry would be a very public way for the British authorities, for the state, to show those survivors that they have been the victim of some heinous crimes, and that it would give them more confidence to come forward? And we know that survivors of all kinds of sexual abuse and rape across this country, whether it be part of some big scandal like Mohammed Al-Fayed or Epstein, or whether it be something much more local and individual, all of them will be being re-traumatised again and again and again by seeing this splashed across the front pages of the papers and all over the media day after day after day. And we have to make a stand and say enough. We will not tolerate this in this country, and we have to stand up to these powerful men who silence their victims and ensure that they have to fight for justice every step of the way.
Yeah. I thank my honourable friend for that excellent intervention. I couldn't agree more that a public inquiry is very much needed to expose all of the harms that have been done to these victims and how the establishment of our country have seemingly played such a central role in that. Madam Deputy Speaker, if our government is sincere when it speaks of a fairer, safer and more accountable society, it must now show leadership rather than continued deference. It must show survivors they will be believed, protected and heard in the UK, because at the heart of this matter are not titles, reputations or institutions, but people. Survivors whose lives, like the victims of domestic abuse, have been shaped by fear, by silence and by power wielded against them rather than for them. They deserve far better. They deserve a justice system that will fight for them. And now is the time for immediate action. So please, will the Minister consider not redacting any of the documents which don't relate to the ongoing police investigation? Will the government look at, as my honourable friend has just suggested, a public inquiry, a full public inquiry into Epstein and his links to the British establishment? And finally, will the Minister please go away and look to end the appalling negative privilege which prevents MPs in this House from speaking freely about members of the royal household? This is a disgusting symptom of the deference we have shown to those in positions of power at the cost of victims. Our constituents should no longer be silenced in what should be our proud British democracy. Thank you.
Yeah. I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Lisa Smart.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we've had an extremely powerful debate today, and I'll address a number of the points that have been raised. But I want to start by talking about how the revelations of recent weeks and recent months have been shattering for the British public and deeply, deeply distressing for many of those directly impacted. We've listened to the gut-wrenching stories of abuse endured by vulnerable women and girls, and we were reminded by my colleague, the member for North East Fife, that we are in many cases talking about children here. We've learned of the arrogance and cruelty of rich, powerful men who felt that no rules applied to them and who made a mockery of our values and our laws. And we have seen laid bare the hollowness of a political establishment that was manipulated so easily and who treated state secrets like cheap gossip. Public trust has been catastrophically undermined by the Epstein saga, and we are now at a crossroads in our public life. If Parliament does not act with courage, faith in our institutions will suffer even more permanent harm and will remain under intense public suspicion and unease. To start to repair the damage, we must uncover the full and unvarnished truth. Critical to that process is demanding that every relevant department comes clean and shares what was known about Mountbatten Windsor's appointment as Special Representative for Trade and Investment, about what concerns were raised ahead of his appointment if his suitability came into question, and what risks were identified throughout that process. The British people deserve to know what behaviour was tolerated and by whom, and they deserve to... I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, because on that point I have a constituent who contacted me who played a public role in the Middle East, and during that role they said they had to go through incredible checks, background checks, etc. And obviously the release of these files would enable us to see actually if the same background checks that are applied to people in public life, you know, to citizens like us, are also applied to the royal family. Does my honourable friend agree?
So I'm grateful to my honourable friend's intervention, also to her constituent who's contacted her about this really important point. My view and the view of the Liberal Democrats is that we should get to the bottom of how this role was created, the vetting that was done before the appointment, to understand the extent of that vetting or the lack of the extent of that vetting. If somebody is being paid by the public purse, they should be held to an extremely high standard, and there should be transparency about their role and the creation of that role to begin with. So I very much agree with her. The public deserve to know if sections of their government of its time put in place systems to shield Mountbatten Windsor from accountability, even at a cost to the national interest. Now, of course, Madam Deputy Speaker, the police must undertake their work unimpeded. And of course, anybody who has committed a crime should face justice if they are found to have committed that crime. But a police investigation, no matter what prosecution it leads to, is not enough. It is essential for the strength of our constitution and our social fabric that we go further and clean up the broken system that facilitated this scandal in the first place.
On that point,
with pleasure.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. One of the points that's been raised this afternoon is that even whilst the police go ahead with their investigations, there is still a job for this House to do. And it strikes me that some of the most basic principles that we assume in this place and when we come to this place are really being questioned. I just wonder if she would agree with me that it is worth restating for the record and for the public that there are certain principles in public life that this case is highlighting we have to make sure remain in place, that no one is above the law, that taxpayers' money and public office must be used for the public interest and not for private gain, that Parliament has not just the right but the duty to hold the powerful to account and to pursue all means of transparency, and that ultimately all powerful people must face a reckoning if they were involved in this scandal.
Yeah. I wholly agree with my honourable friend. She's made a number of very powerful interventions throughout this debate. And this whole sorry saga repeatedly brings up arrogant, greedy men, mostly men, who have behaved in a way that has sought to enrich them further and increase their power.
Just on that point.
With pleasure.
I hope this adds to her point, because does she find the irony that the only person who has been imprisoned as part of the Epstein scandal is a woman?
He is not the only person to refer to structural sexism in this debate, and I think particularly my colleague and honourable friend, the member for Frome and East Somerset, made an extremely powerful speech about how we could, should we choose to do so as a parliament, embed looking at sexism, at violence against women and girls, in our policy making, in our thinking, in a way that would benefit the whole of society. And I'm grateful for him raising the point that there remain many people for whom the hand of justice is yet to seek them out with the full vigour with which it should. We should be pulling back the curtain on Andrew's use of the special envoy role and the whole system around him, on the power he had in an official state-sanctioned position, and on the many opportunities missed for scrutiny and accountability, not least, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this place. A number of members across both sides of the House have talked about the importance of pace and of speed. I think the member for Sherwood Forest made a very good point that I think he raised earlier this week to the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister about making sure we get on with some of this. And indeed, the Father of the House reminded us that the wheels of justice often grind slowly. My friend, my Deputy Leader indeed, and the member for St Albans gave some really practical solutions about how we can make sure progress continues at pace, to make sure that one thing isn't holding up another. And indeed, the Shadow Minister reminded us that police involvement in this should not unduly delay the whole of the process. It is, of course, an absolutely vital part that the police should be free to do their job and do it well, but that should not unduly hold up the release of the information we are seeking. We Liberal Democrats very much welcome support from across the chamber for our motion today, including from the Treasury bench. And I wonder when he's winding up if the Minister could confirm, like when the government was responding to the previous humble address that we discussed in this place, that information will be released when it is available. That is, any information will be released when it's available, only holding back that information that is directly relevant to a police investigation. And I'd be grateful if he could do that when he's on his feet in a few moments.
On that point,
please go ahead.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. A few moments ago, she made reference to a comment I made earlier in the debate. I'm mindful that the Minister was not in his place at this time, so I wonder if I may be indulged. No, as a separate point that I made later when you were out of the room for a second. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the points I made earlier in the debate was that because there are so many things that could be examined during a public inquiry, I had wondered whether ministers would consider having an inquiry made of 2 or 3 or more parts, given there is precedence for such a thing. And I just wondered whether that might be an answer to make sure that some things that need to be examined earlier in the debate, are not delayed too long. I just wonder whether the Minister is now in his place, whether she would agree with me that that is a point on which we might hear from the Minister in his winding up and closing.
I'm very grateful for her reminding us all of the very insightful comment that she made. I think we on the Liberal Democrat benches have been fizzing with ideas. We have got a real opportunity to improve our processes, improve our systems, and if the bravery of the women who have come forward to talk about their horrific abuse and their experience can reach its full potential, it is to improve the system so that things like this don't just keep happening. A number of colleagues on both sides of the House have talked about a conspiracy of silence. They've talked about the role of deference, and indeed the Leader of Plaid Cymru used the word sycophancy, and I think she was absolutely right to do so. And this comes from the whole establishment over several decades. A number of colleagues have talked about the role of journalists, which I think was a really interesting point, Madam Deputy Speaker. And a number of colleagues have talked about those who can be rightly proud of the role they have played in bringing transparency, bringing accountability, bringing the public's understanding up. But I think the Minister is also absolutely right to talk about some of those people who minimised child abuse, who minimised statutory rape, whose comments have not aged well, and who should reflect upon the roles of some of what was said at the time. We've also, this afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker, spoken about our own procedures in this place, and my colleague and honourable friend, the member for Sutton and Cheam, used the phrase parliamentary gymnastics, which is one I'm not going to spend too long thinking about. But the role of some of our predecessors, Paul Flynn's been talked about a lot, and the role of negative privilege not really being fit for purpose in this day and age. We need processes and procedures that enable us to do our job. We should be holding the powerful to account. There should be power within Parliament to hold the powerful to account and to scrutinise before decisions are made as well as after decisions are made. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. The scandals surrounding Jeffrey Epstein is reminiscent of other similar scandals, perhaps not on a similar scale, but certainly of similar magnitude in terms of their impact on their victims. I'm thinking the one that comes to mind is the Jimmy Savile scandal, where people who knew what was going on didn't feel able to speak up, didn't feel able to break that conspiracy of silence, and therefore victims didn't feel able to come forward either. Does she agree with me that by hopefully embracing this opportunity to change the way we do things in Parliament, we can create a culture where people do feel empowered to come forward, where we can break that conspiracy of silence, and people who have observed things that they knew they should have reported don't feel constrained in their ability to report them and ensure that these terrible scandals don't happen in the future?
Very grateful to her. She's made a number of very good points this afternoon, reminding us of previous scandals and of making sure that we learn from previous scandals. I think in the Peter Mandelson debate on which I sat in the same place a few weeks ago, the honourable member, I think she's the honourable member for Bolsover, talked about shame needing to change sides. And I think that references some of the cultural changes that we need to bring about, and that we as parliamentarians have a role to lead on, bringing about the cultural changes we need to see, so that anybody who is a victim or survivor knows that the stigma is not with them, it's with the perpetrators, and that anybody that turns a blind eye know that the stigma should absolutely be with them for doing so. Because nobody should be above the law, and nobody in public office or in receipt of public funds should be out of the reach of parliamentary scrutiny. And with pleasure.
I'm very grateful for her giving way. And I'm reminded of the debate that we did have, the Conservative ventures brought on Lord Mandelson, and the proverbial parliamentary knickers twisting that had to happen to work out that the way to deal with the issue of intelligence services was indeed to allow the Intelligence and Security Select Committee to look at those papers. The issue, isn't it the case that we do have the mechanisms in this place to scrutinise most things, but when it comes to the royal family, we don't. And even if a select committee wanted to do something on these matters, we self-censor by the own conventions that we apply to ourselves. Only we can change that. What I'm curious to know is, what is the government going to do? What's the facilitation mechanism by which we change those conventions? Because they're clearly the nub of the issue in terms of parliamentary scrutiny.
Liz Smart.
Nobody should be above the law, and nobody should be above scrutiny. I think when good people get together, there is a willingness to embrace creativity and sufficient nerdery of parliamentary procedures, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that we can find a way through to get to the truth that we need to get to. Because trust in our politics is vital, and trust in our institutions, every time we have one of these debates, is further eroded. And my colleague, the honourable member and my friend from Edinburgh West, talked about the impact on the reputation of this House and talked about the vital role of trust in politics. There are too many people, Madam Deputy Speaker, involved in politics for whom a lack of trust in politics is really useful for them. That stoking of division, that stoking of mistrust means that there is space for voices that, in my view, are not welcome and we should reject. It is in all of our interests, it's in our whole country's interest for there to be some trust in our institutions, some trust in our political setup. And we were reminded of the need for proper processes to be in place, because as my honourable friend, the member for North Shropshire, reminded us, not everybody can be relied upon to be a good bloke. And I think many of our systems are based on gentlemen's agreements and just expecting people to be a good bloke. And that, as has been repeatedly proven, is simply not the case. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. In serving for a number of years as senior civil servant, I experienced in Whitehall the impression that the monarchy should be protected and that nothing should be done to embarrass the royal family. I wonder whether my honourable friend would agree that hopefully the materials that we're seeking the release of through today's humble address will ensure that we can scrutinise whether indeed that impeded the scrutiny of civil servants in order to check whether or not Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was an appropriate person to be a trade envoy, and shed light on the relationship that should exist between Whitehall and the monarchy in the future.
I very much agree with my honourable friend. And I think we've seen some press reports, Madam Deputy Speaker, about civil servants who were doing their job, absolutely rightly questioning some of the expenses that were tried to put through, but were overruled. And that clearly is not good enough, is clearly not acceptable, and is not what we should expect from our institutions and from our establishment. I completely agree with my honourable friend of the importance of being clear about what we expect when somebody takes on a public role at the cost to the taxpayer. We should have very, very high standards, and we should, as the member for York Central mentioned, talk about how we can ensure those with power are held to account. She was entirely right in some of the points she made about, well, what do we do with this information? Where do we go with it? How do we build from here? And my friend, my honourable friend, the member for St Neots and Mid Cams, made a really strong speech, I thought, where he gave some very constructive suggestions to the Minister about some of the things we Liberal Democrats would support in terms of bringing about the change to the system that we need to see. We're calling as part... I would give way.
I'd like to thank her for giving way. She'll be aware, of course, that this is... we're in the week of St David's Week, a terribly important day for all of us in Wales. And in terms of accountability, she'll be very aware of the long-standing policy stance that the Liberal Democrats have taken on the Crown estate, which in Wales, regrettably, still has not been devolved. Its powers and its funding have been devolved to Scotland, but not...
Yeah. Member should be seated. Has the member just arrived, or has he been here for a while? Members should not be just traipsing in and intervening whilst the speech is taking place. So I'll just allow Ms Spott to continue.
I'm going to stick more within the tramlines of the debate that we've all enjoyed today, Madam Deputy Speaker, although I think devolution is a very good thing, of which there should be more. Parliament is calling today for transparency, and the public deserves answers, not further silence, because cleaning up public life means acting quickly, openly and honestly, because this goes to the heart of public trust. Sadly, what we're talking about ultimately is not an isolated incident. There has been a drumbeat of scandals, and we've had mention of Partygate. In other debates recently, we've talked about Nathan Gill's treachery. Peter Mandelson has also been mentioned, and all of these further shatter trust in our politics. It is obvious that the current system is broken, and so it's beholden on all of us to take action. We need to clear out the rot, and we will keep pushing as Liberal Democrats until corrupt and criminal behaviour is stamped out and the muck cleared out of our democracy. We are campaigning, as a number of colleagues have mentioned, for a public inquiry into Epstein and his relationship with the British establishment. A number of contributors this afternoon referenced the Polish government's investigation into Russian links of Epstein, and I think that would be very interesting to see what that investigation turns up. We are asking, as the humble address is very clear, that we want the publication of all of the relevant documents relating to the appointment as a special representative for trade and industry. We should be seeing an end to negative privilege. We should have it so that MPs can speak freely about concerns they have and disclose information in this place, even if the individual in a public post, is a member of the royal household. But we should go further. We should have criminal sanctions for public figures who failed to whistleblow. My colleague, my honourable friend, the member for Wells, talked about the importance of an office for the whistleblower, and we should have new legal protections for whistleblowers and a dedicated office of the whistleblower. Please go ahead.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way again. She's been very generous. We Liberal Democrats have had this policy for a very long time about having an office of a whistleblower. We hope very much that the government takes that proposal up. We've tried a number of times in other pieces of legislation in the other House to introduce it into legislation in this session. But there'll be people at home listening to this debate who themselves may have information. They want to volunteer it. They don't know whether to write to their MPs. They don't know whether there's a formal way in which they can bring that information forward. We've had examples just this afternoon from some speakers of information that they heard, or that intelligence officials, just knew something. I wonder if she has any thoughts on that, and whether she thinks that we might perhaps hear from the Minister about what the government's message is to those people and who they should contact.
I'm very grateful to her, and I think she's entirely right that a public inquiry is the best way to bring to light a number of the issues that we're talking about today. It is increasingly clear that there were people who were silent when they should have been loud. There are people who knew things who didn't share them, and there are people in our country today who will know information that could usefully contribute to getting to the bottom of what happened, who knew what when, and importantly, how we can stop this from continuing to happen in our system. So I think she's right to encourage anybody out there with information that they can usefully contribute. We've heard from colleagues who have worked internationally in different roles, and that's just this sample who've been in the chamber today. There will be countless others across the country, and she's entirely right to encourage people to come forward. Because the people who have led to us being here today are the victims and survivors of Epstein and his cronies. My colleague, the member for Frome and East Somerset, talked about structural sexism and talked about how people weren't listened to, and other colleagues have referenced as well how victims and survivors were often not believed or thought they wouldn't be, importantly, and that stops us from getting to the bottom of things like this.
Would you give way?
I would.
On the point about structural sexism, it wasn't so much about, although it's absolutely right that people should be listened to, it was more about the fact that we have this problem in government at the moment, particularly where there's a small group around leading figures in government who tend to be comprised of men, and actually if you don't have women in those places and spaces, a lot of these issues don't get picked up, or they don't get treated in the way in which they might do if there were women in the room. And I wondered if she might agree with me that it's good news to see that the Prime Minister certainly has currently some chiefs of staff that are women, and that we would be pleased to see more women in senior roles, kind of key advisory roles, not simply as ministers and secretaries of state.
Yeah. I think she's entirely right to make that point. I think we've seen the tone of some of the briefings about government ministers, about secretaries of state, being notably different when it's a woman who holds that office. And I think all of the evidence shows that the best decisions are made by teams that draw on a broad range of experiences, and there is a balanced team. If everybody went to the same school or had the same experience, they're going to be missing an awful lot. So she's entirely right to talk about elected members and ministers, but also the officials who are working with them and advising them and supporting them. And it is an extremely well-made point. It is something that we should strive to, that only when we have elected as many mediocre women to this place as we have mediocre men, will we have achieved equality. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it should not have taken the bravery of victims speaking up about their experience and seeking justice over years for Epstein's cycle of cruelty and criminality to finally be interrupted. Where would we be if victims of Epstein, like Virginia Giuffre, had never come forward? If the right photograph hadn't been taken at the right time? We are left to wonder if Andrew might easily have remained a special representative today, operating without proper scrutiny and continually disgracing his office. So we urge the government once again to commit to a statutory inquiry into Epstein's links to our establishment, including Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, so that we can develop a full understanding of how it served him, so that we can understand what networks were formed that facilitated a prolific paedophile and how widespread the complicity goes. Crucially, it can point us to what must change to protect people in the future. But I also urge the government and members here to bring any further vital information to light right now and ensure there's no delay to essential scrutiny and transparency. Andrew's role as an envoy and the engagements he undertook were determined by those at the very highest levels of political power, including the Downing Street of the time. And it's increasingly clear that he was protected, even while he betrayed public trust in his position as special representative. He was protected by outdated rules that forbid members of this place from raising concerns about any member of the royal household in Parliament in most debates. And I fear he was protected by powerful friends and allies repeatedly and by a number of people failing to raise the alarm. Today we can start to set that right. If we really believe that nobody is above the law, then it must surely follow that no appointment is above scrutiny, that no one's abuse of their public office should be hidden from the public gaze, and that no truth is too uncomfortable to come in to the disinfectant of daylight.
I call the Minister, Sir Chris Bryant.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. By leave of the House, I spoke earlier, so isn't able to be here now. He sent me a kind note to say why he can't. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the Government's intention to comply with this motion, as I said right at the beginning of my speech, as soon as is practicable and possible within the law. As I've said from the beginning, my only caveat is that I will work, my department will work, and the whole of government will work for maximum transparency and timeliness. But I do have to just say that where documents may speak materially to the offence of misconduct in public office or any other offence that may be considered by the police, we will have to follow the advice of the prosecuting authorities. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. It's a different point from some of the other points that have been raised in relation to other humble addresses, but I think that's an important one. I hear the calls that have been made by several honourable members for a public inquiry. One of the other things that I was engaged in 2011 was a big row about phone hacking at the News of the World, and we demanded a public inquiry, and we ended up with a two-part public inquiry, and the second part of the public inquiry wasn't going to happen until the police had completed their investigations, and then, of course, it never happened because so much time had elapsed. So I'm somewhat cautious about this process of seeking multi-part public inquiries in relation to this. I do want the police to be able to do their work as effectively as possible. The one other thing I always issue just a word of caution around is I was also in the House when members understandably used the privilege of this House to talk about Sir Leon Britton. And it turned out that many of the things that were said at the time were completely and utterly untrue. People have been misled by somebody. And I think we always have to just be cautious about the way we use our privilege in this House. I'll come on to the bigger point of what others have referred to as negative privilege in a moment, if she will allow me just a moment. We are very keen to work with the prosecuting authorities as fast as possible, but in the end, the timetable for that is set by them, not by us. We do want them to do their job without fear or favour, and I think the one message that has come from today, I think, to the whole of society and the prosecuting authorities will be that they must proceed without fear or favour. Nobody is above the law. And of course, I give way to my honourable friend. I was hoping to complete my remarks soon.
I'm really grateful and for what the Minister has said. Whilst the prosecuting authorities will clearly clear up the criminal matters, there are implications which go way beyond that. And therefore, I just wonder what thought the Minister is giving to how they are dealt with. For instance, the closing of the loopholes around our airports and access into the country, visas, and obviously the privileges held within decision-making at the heart of government.
Well, I hear the points that she makes, and of course I sympathise with them. However, it is actually remarkably difficult to disentangle some of these from possible prosecuting issues and possible offences that might be brought. So I'm somewhat cautious in this area, as she will hear, and she will know that sometimes I can be as vociferous as her on some of these kind of issues, but I think at this particular moment I want to be cautious in this area. I'd want to talk about the issue of negative privilege that several members have referred to, because I don't think I fully understand the point, and I made it myself back in 2011. I had a bit of a row with the Speaker Burko about it, and I fully understand the point that people are making. I don't think we should have excessive deference. Of course, it's a matter for the House, for Mr. Speaker and the Deputy Speakers, and for the Procedure Committee and others, whether we want to change the accepted conventions of the House. And honourable members, it's a backbench committee. If people want to take those issues to the Procedure Committee, they should think of doing so. But I don't think we should overstate the case, because if at any point any of the political parties had wanted to bring a motion to the House on a substantive motion, whether in opposition or, for that matter, in government, anybody would have been able to do so. But all of us chose not to, is the truth of the matter. Now, whether that is because of deference or not, I cannot judge. But it is certainly true that it is available to us to use a substantive motion to consider these matters. I'm not, just for one moment, if the honourable members don't mind, we do enjoy freedom of speech in this House, and it is a precious thing. As honourable members will know, Article 8 of the Bill of Rights says that no proceeding in Parliament shall be impeached in any court of law or any other place. That means that we can say things in here without threat of being prosecuted anywhere else. That is a really important and precious privilege, which I think we have to guard quite carefully. And that's why we have a sub judice rule, which the Speaker has decided doesn't apply in today's debate because no charges have been brought yet. It's quite specific when the sub judice rule applies. But I do think we need to guard that privilege quite carefully, because we have a separation of powers. We don't think that we should have acts of attainder anymore, where the House decides by a bill that somebody is guilty of some offence or some crime or other. That is a matter for the prosecuting authorities, and a person is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Now, I think the honourable gentleman with the bad back wanted to say something.
I thank the Minister. I don't know whether I do thank him or not. Just to push gently back on that, and I'd be interested in his response. Does not the fact that we've had 15 years since Andrew resigned in disgrace, and that hasn't come to Parliament, demonstrate that there is a reluctance, there is a, whether if it is indeed a true misunderstanding of process, that just hasn't come before the House to discuss and to really get into the weeds on this? Does he not see that as a demonstration of a need for a change in the process, or at least an acknowledgement that we need to be digging deeper into these sorts of issues?
Well, yes, and I also think probably we need more Paul Flynn's, is the truth of the matter. I've always been a bit sceptical about independent MPs, but I've always been very much in favour of independently minded MPs. And I think that that's one of the backbones of making Parliament really function effectively. I love the whips, of course I love the whips, but... Now, the honourable lady, and then I really do want to try and stop my remarks.
There's scepticism over public inquiries, but the reason why, the more this debate has gone on, the more I've felt this is an issue of culture. There are going to be things that are material to how we've ended up where we are, that won't meet an evidentiary threshold, that haven't contravened any laws, but do clearly need changing. And the thing that needs changing is the overall culture that we have in our establishment itself. If it isn't a public inquiry that needs to examine this in the round on the basis of everything we know, If it isn't that, and I understand his arguments for why it shouldn't be that, then what is it? How do we do this?
Yes, I mean, I made all those arguments myself in 2011 about phone hacking. A chunk of us had to persuade our own political party to be brave on the matter at a time when it wasn't easy because the whole of the media was not in favour of us moving on that. So the point I would make is I think the single most important thing for a Member of Parliament is that they should feel able to speak without fear or favour. It's one of the instructions. Now, all the Lib Dems are now trying to intervene on me, and I'm trying to make a very short speech, which was meant to be 5 minutes, and it's now already 9 minutes, so I'm failing miserably. I'm all right, whatever.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. I want to press him on that point again. There are some specific allegations that an inquiry might want to look at, but there is this broader point about culture, which my honourable friend mentioned. He will know very well, both in the context of phone hacking, but also looking at the culture of the Metropolitan Police. There are many examples in not that distant history, in our recent history, where an inquiry has looked separately at the culture of an institution as opposed to specific allegations and what specifically went wrong. If he is concerned about a two-part or three-part inquiry, a second or third part being cancelled in the future, that simply requires a small amendment to the Public Inquiries Act. But I do think it's important to press the Minister on this point that there is a cultural issue here, and we do want this cultural issue to be looked at.
Yeah. I completely agree that there is a cultural issue that needs to be looked at. The only thing is I'm certainly not able to commit the government here today to a public inquiry, and I think all honourable members accept that I'm not going to do that. But I'm also not entirely convinced that a public inquiry actually often ends up changing culture. Culture changes because we choose to. I note that the whips have got a terrible coughing case. So I just want to end with a few more short points. The first relates to trade envoys. I do want to praise the work of our present trade envoys. They are helping us win contracts around the world, not just from the Labour Party and not just from this House. They are all accountable through the Minister for Trade and through the Department. I would quite like there to be more questions about trade envoys at business and DBT questions, which are coming up in the near future. On the Act of Succession, which one honourable member asked me about, we are working at pace on this, and we intend to be able to bring forward legislation where we can. I can't commit to a particular date on that, but I note that Julie Andrews in The Sound of Music sang, "I have confidence that spring will come again," and so I have confidence that the Act of Succession will come round at pace. One honourable member said that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The cultural point I'd make is that actually this wasn't about power. This was about influence. And actually, influence can be just as pernicious in the body politic as anything else. And that's one of the things that we need to address, because it can lead to corruption. And then the honourable member, I'm going to end with this point, Madam Deputy Speaker. The honourable member for Sutton and Cheam said, let's make sure that this never happens again. Of course, every single member of this House would hope that the horrific abuse that happened under Jeffrey Epstein and the concatenation of different forms of abuse that were created by people's complicity from so many different sectors, people turning their blind eye and people participating, whether because they loved wealthy people or they loved a wealthy lifestyle or whatever it may be. Of course, I would dearly, dearly love to be able to stand at this dispatch box and say it will never happen again. But I would bet my bottom dollar that there will be young people today who are being abused by rich, wealthy, arrogant, entitled people, and it will continue. Yes, we must do everything in our power to make sure that the deference and influence and complicity does not allow that to happen. But in the end, the only recourse we have is the court of law to make sure that those who abuse their position of trust face the full rigour of the law.
Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the Opposition Day motion on protections for children from online harms. We'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. Perhaps members could continue their conversations out side the chamber rather than lurking. I call Munira Wilson to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion tabled in my and my honourable friends' names on the order paper on protection for children from online harms. Madam Deputy Speaker, this afternoon is an opportunity for the House to come together to take urgent and meaningful action and legislate within weeks, not within months, not within years, but within weeks, to keep our children and our young people safe online. Whether that's protection from harmful social media, with AI chatbots, or addictive gaming. It's clear that we are at a tipping point now, with widespread public and indeed cross-party support for a cross-party approach for decisive action. Every parent across this country knows the threat social media poses to our children, to their mental health, to their physical health, to their sleep, and to their concentration. They have written in their thousands to every single MP in this House, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the 1,500 or so parents and carers in my Twickenham constituency who've written to me. And they are begging for a change in the law so that they can better protect their children. They are not abdicating parental responsibility, as some would like to suggest, but they are pleading with the government for help in providing the tools and the safeguards they need when faced with the might and the business models of enormous tech companies profiteering from our children's attention. Now, for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is personal. My husband and I fight the daily battle at home with our children, aged 11 and 7, on screen time, on what platforms and what games they can access. Peer pressure is overwhelming. For children, especially those just starting out on their secondary school journey, as my daughter recently has, desperate for belonging and connection, parents are torn. We are torn between ensuring our children are not left out of online spaces that we all too often struggle to understand ourselves and protecting our children. I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time we sent a message loud and clear to Musk, to Zuckerberg, to the other big tech giants. If your platform spreads harmful content or relies on addictive and harmful algorithms, you should not be allowed anywhere near our children. And that's why Liberal Democrats have introduced a bill today that would bring forward a range of protections for children from online harms, including restricting access to harmful social media. Now, before I set out what we Liberal Democrats would ideally want to include in that bill, I want to emphasise that if this House were to support the motion before us on the order paper today, we would want to work cross-party to bring forward workable and effective legislation quickly, given there is support for action on all sides of the House. This is not about one party winning or owning this issue. This is about us, as politicians, as policymakers, and as parents coming together to protect our children, their safety and their well-being. I'd be delighted to give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Honourable Lady for bringing this forward. Her devotion to this subject is well known in the House, and we thank her for it. Does the Honourable Lady also agree that perhaps when it comes to the role of education in schools and principals, in Northern Ireland the Minister, Paul Given, has introduced a pilot scheme to have phone-free schools? I had an event in my constituency on that very thing, but it's to stop children in school from being harassed and from understanding things that they should not be doing. So does the Honourable Lady agree when part of the policy and part of it that Lib Dems are trying to do, that should be part of it, phone-free schools to help our children as well?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's always a pleasure to give way to the Honourable Member for Strangford. First up on his interventions in this debate, I agree with him entirely. And I was going to touch on
the point about phones in schools later, and I believe we'll be having a chance to actually vote on that specific measure shortly when the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill comes back to the House. So I'm just going to turn now, I've talked about the fact that we want to approach this in a cross-party way, but obviously I will turn now to what we on these Liberal Democrat benches would ideally like to see in that legislation. Yes, of course.
Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Lady, and she makes a case very personally and passionately about the harms to young people's mental health that we see from these predatory algorithms that the tech giants have created to create addictive content for children. And I think there is cross-party agreement, as she says, for us to look very carefully at how we protect children. I was on a call today with the campaign group 36 Months from Australia about how they're approaching this in Australia. But does she not agree that the right approach is to have a full public consultation, as is proposed, so that parents, schools, that we can get this right and make sure that we're learning from evidence, learning from places like Australia to protect our kids?
Lady, and I hope she won't mind me calling her my honourable friend, even though we're on opposite sides of the House, for that intervention. And I take that point, and I've heard that point expressed by the government, and I agree we do need to consult, but I think we should be consulting on how we implement some of these things, not whether we do or what we do, because I think there is general consensus. You look at every opinion poll out there, certainly when it comes to things like banning social media for under 16s and other measures, there is overwhelming public support, and there is cross-party support in this House, and as we've seen recently in the House of Lords as well, in the other place, I should say. So for me, if there is a consultation, it should be how it's implemented, how these things are implemented, not whether we do it or which ones we seek to implement. But I will touch on the government's approach towards the end of my speech. So we Liberal Democrats would introduce a film-style classification system with social media rated at 16 as a default, and give Ofcom the powers to back up such a framework. This echoes the film and video classification system established in the 1980s, adapting a trusted framework for the digital age. Companies would be required to age-gate their platforms based on the harmfulness of their content, the addictiveness of their platform design, and the impact this can have on a child's mental health. I'll just say the next sentence, and I'm very happy to give way. The onus would be on social media companies to stop children from getting onto their platforms and take steps to make their apps safer in the meantime. I very happily give way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm thankful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'm sympathetic to all of the arguments she is making. But it does appear that we're about to have a second reading debate on an as yet unpublished bill, when the motion on the order paper is actually about whether or not we have a day for that second reading debate. And I'm just conscious, because I've been to the vote office, the bill itself is not actually available yet. So what are we actually debating this afternoon? And what is it that we intend, if we were to vote with the Honourable Lady this evening, what bill are we actually going to be asked to look at on the day in the future?
So it's very simple. As I've said, I want us to come together to have a cross-party consensus on what should be in that bill. I've heard what the Conservatives have to say. I know I'm about to set out what the Liberal Democrats have to say on this. I'd be keen to hear what government ministers have to say in terms of what they should be on the bill. That's why we don't have a bill yet, because we think that there is an opportunity to work together on this, because there's been suggestions that there is even party politicking on this issue. I don't think it's a party political issue. I think we all agree children's safety and children's well-being is a cross-party priority. So the idea is that we agree to move forward, to come together, to work cross-party on a bill we can all agree on, that hopefully we can get through Parliament very quickly and onto the statute books, starting to protect our children as soon as possible. Yeah.
I don't wish to make this a procedural debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the Honourable Lady did introduce a bill today for first reading. We're being asked to consider that bill for second reading on a future date. That bill is not available, so whilst I absolutely respect the Honourable Lady's approach for a cross-party consensus to design the bill, as I understand it, the bill is already written, and we're being asked today to give over government time in order for that bill to be debated on a second reading. So again, what are we debating today if the bill is available but is written, and we're not going to have a second reading debate until sometime in March?
So we are debating today the principle of bringing forward legislation quickly. I know the government is saying that they want to bring forward legislation at some time in the future. We don't know when that is. I'm trying to put a time frame on it because we know that what's going to come back shortly from the other place in the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill is not going to be accepted by this House. So that's why I'm trying to find an opportunity for us all to come together to be able to get to a point that we all agree on. So this is about agreeing the principle that we should have legislation, primary legislation, sooner rather than later. And I'm happy to make time in my diary tomorrow to start those discussions. Thank you. Yeah. The other honourable gentleman wanted to give...
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank her for giving way. Look, she's making a really passionate case and spoke movingly about the debate she has within her own family and how to protect her own children. I recognise that. I have 2 young children myself. I think very carefully about what they look at online, and I worry about when they get older and how we're going to deal with that. She talks about age gating as the principle behind with which she wants to work. And what I'm concerned about is that we know that these algorithms are addictive. We know that they reinforce people's worst prejudices. What evidence is there that stops at 16? Is she not concerned that by simply focusing on age gating, that the pressure on social media companies to open up these algorithms and for us to be able to have a look at how that affects society more generally will diminish?
So I thank him for that intervention. I mean, I haven't said we should only focus on age gating, and as I continue through my speech, you'll hear about the other range of things that I think should be in any legislation that's brought forward quickly to protect our children. Age gating of certain platforms based on their harmfulness is a key principle that would be part of this legislation and part of our proposals. But so are various other things that I will talk about in terms of tackling the addictiveness of algorithms that are so damaging to our children. So, where was I?
On that point with the Honourable Lady
yes, happy to.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the point that she was making before the other 2 interventions, I wanted to ask her about the register and the ranking of age appropriateness for content, because I have grave concerns. I know we've sat opposite each other on many occasions discussing this, about who is going to register those individual self-published bits of content, and who's going to manage it, who's going to pay for it, how would it actually work in practice?
Was just coming on to further expanding on that before I took the 2 interventions from her honourable friend. So if she'll allow me to continue, and if I haven't addressed her concern, she could perhaps intervene on me again. So now, if the platforms don't want to play ball, Ofcom would be given the powers to force them to do so or face serious consequences. And we believe this would mean a ban on harmful social media for under 16s, but family-friendly services such as Wikipedia or TripAdvisor would be available at a lower age, because those sites fall under the user-to-user definition that's currently in the Online Safety Act. But we know that the most harmful sites, those that host violence and pornography, even 16 could be too young to access those sorts of platforms. That's why our proposals would allow what we think are really harmful platforms such as X to be age-rated and age-gated up to 18. Now, and a harms-based approach like the one we're proposing today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is supported by 42 charities, including the likes of the NSPCC, Molly Rose Foundation and others, and would protect children from the worst of the web without breaking the parts of the internet that families actually rely on. And crucially, it is future-proof and could be applied to chatbots and games and other emerging technologies. Now, I welcome that the Conservative Opposition Day motion a few weeks ago, which we were unable to debate, moved towards the Liberal Democrats' nuanced approach to keep under-16s away from harmful social media. So I hope that they can support our motion today and this approach going forward, when unfortunately they were unable to do so in the other place, which was just a month ago. I'm very happy to give way.
Giving way. And she's right that we did bring a opposition day motion in Conservative time on the subject, but the difference between our motion and her motion is that there was a motion with proposals, and this afternoon she's asking us to debate a motion that does not mention the topic that's in the title of the bill, but merely to give the Liberal Democrats control of the order paper on March the 9th. So why did she not choose to bring a bill forward and allow this House to look at her proposals, have a solid and principled debate on it, before she asked us to give her control of the order paper on March the 9th?
Whilst you'd be giving me or the Liberal Democrats control of the order paper, I've made it abundantly clear that we would work together to bring forward legislation. So the Conservatives have proposals. The government is consulting on something, I'm not quite sure what, because they haven't published consultation yet. And we put forward proposals in the other place, which his party chose not to support, unfortunately, but I don't think we're actually that far apart. So we have published proposals in the other place. We would use that as a basis for discussion. The Technology Secretary has already told me and my honourable friend, the member for Harpenden and Berkhamsted, she'd happily work with us on our proposals. So there are proposals out there in the public domain. This is about the principle of legislating soon and quickly to bring forward legislation that we can all agree on to protect our children.
I am grateful to her, genuinely, for giving way, but I have to push this point again, that she has outlined that she has, her party have published proposals in the other place, but her party are called the Liberal Democrats, and this is a democratically elected chamber that should be debating a proposed bill from the Liberal Democrats on the day of their opposition day debate. I agree with her that we need urgent legislation, but why is she depriving members on all sides of this House detailed proposals that we can vote on, instead of giving them control of the order paper in a procedural motion that she's published on the 9th of March?
Well, all I can do is repeat myself again, that the thing is that I know if I had published all of these things that I'm laying out as a piece of legislation, probably all sides of the House would have voted it down. I have told I've told the House that I am happy to come forward in a spirit of cooperation to draft something up together. So I'm going to try and move on now, because as I say, I'm going to make some progress, because I think we've tested the procedural approach to death now. It's important that we reach a consensus on our approach and reject unworkable blanket bans that have been proposed elsewhere that put enormous powers in the hands of an individual politician. Now, I don't think any of them are here, but given the Reform Party wants to scrap the Online Safety Act altogether, I shudder to think what potential future ministers might deem acceptable for our children if they are allowed to choose what our children and young people can access, which is what the amendment that is going to be coming through in the Children's Wellbeing Bill from the other place would allow the Secretary of State to do. Now, I'm happy to give this.
And in amongst the discussion around procedure, which is important in this place, I do fear we're missing kind of the nub of what she's trying to get to, which is that this is a nuanced space. This isn't a blanket, we say no to everything, and there are some people who are arguing that we should do nothing and that it should be just down to parents to do it. Would she agree with me that actually this thoughtful way that she is putting across, trying to get us all to come around this with the public, is the way we're going to create something that is future-proof, because so much of legislation in this area is chasing our tails, and this is an opportunity for us to get ahead of it for once.
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and that is indeed what we're trying to do, because actually just trying to put forward a blanket ban on a particular list of social media sites determined by any given Secretary of State at any given point in time is necessarily acting after the fact, is not future-proof and not particularly effective, I would say, and subject to politicisation, which is why our harms-based approach, which is what I would want to negotiate to try and get into legislation soon, would be future-proof and work to act on things like chatbots and games. And I know from the discussions we have at home how addictive games such as Roblox, for instance, can be. Now, we Liberal Democrats have long been pressing for a suite of measures that would make the online world safer and healthier for all. Now, one measure that could be implemented overnight would be to ban tech companies profiting from our children's attention by raising the age of digital data consent from 13 to 16. Now, this would end the hold that addictive algorithms have on children.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Gareth Snell.
Because whilst the Honourable Lady is making an excellent point on the substance, it bears no resemblance to the motion on the order paper. So are you, as a chair, able to give me guidance on what is up for debate this afternoon, and if the Honourable Lady can point me to what she's debating now and where that sits in the motion in front of us?
For his point of order. What is clear is that there is a motion on the order paper on which members will presumably be asked to divide in due course. However, what that does not give is any detail of the proposed bill. But the motion on the order paper is orderly, and it will be up to members to decide how they wish to vote on that.
On a further point of order, Madam Deputy.
Point of order, Paul Holmes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for your indulgence, and I suspect I will get the same answer as the honourable gentleman before me, but I have never in my 7 years in this House been in a situation where a motion outlines the timetable for a bill on Monday the 9th of March, the timings of proceedings and questions to be put on Monday the 9th of March, on consideration of Lord's amendments and messages on a subsequent day, of a bill that this House has not seen. So how can members in this House vote for a motion that allocates separate procedures around a bill that hasn't been tabled at this House? Madam Deputy Speaker, I want my constituents to know what the Liberal Democrats are proposing in this space, and the Honourable Lady's now elaborating on the floor of the House what she wants her policies to be, but she's asking us to vote for a bill that has not been tabled before this House, Madam Deputy Speaker. Therefore, can I have your advice on whether this motion should be going ahead if the House has not got a substantive bill to debate these procedural motions on?
I thank the honourable member for his point of order. The motion that is on the order paper is perfectly orderly, so members will be invited to vote on that, not on the substance of any bill that might come on the 9th of March. And I do think it is important that the House is clear on that. Point of order, Chiomura.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for allowing this point of order. So it's further to that point of order in terms of how I can assess what is orderly in my contribution in this debate, given that the substance of the motion is about process. And to be frank with you, I don't want to speak about process, I want to speak about protection for children.
It's a motion to give consideration to. So, the motion is to give consideration to a bill on the specific matter which has been outlined on the order paper very clearly, protections for children from online harms. So can I reassure the Honourable Lady that any contribution she chooses to make on that matter would be in order? Munira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that's why what I'm setting out is what I would want to put forward as suggestions for that bill. But as she has helpfully pointed out, we would be dividing on whether there should be a bill very soon on the broad subject of protecting children from online harms. Now, the other thing that I would want to bring forward in any legislation would be a doom scrolling cap, which would end the infinite scroll feature on short-form online platforms for young people, limiting the amount of time for which children are pushed to TikTok-style video content to 2 hours, and for health alerts on social media platforms for under 18s. Now, just like cigarettes or alcohol, these addictive products carry well-documented risks, especially for young people. The evidence is clear that excessive use of these apps exposes children to mental health issues, to anxiety, sleep disruption, and to real harm to attention spans. And don't they deserve to know that? When we pick up a packet of cigarettes, we expect to be told about the harm that product will pose to our health. So why is social media the key driver of a crisis in our young people's mental health any different? Now, and given that young people themselves are saying that they want a break from the stress of social media at school, and given the impact of phones on children's concentration and focus, will the Education Secretary finally listen to her own children's minister and put the government's guidance on mobile phones in schools into law to give teachers and head teachers the backup and, crucially, the resources they need in order to restrict their use? That is also, I think, something that could be part of this bill if the government refuses to accept the amendment that will be coming from the other place in the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill. Now, I recognise the Technology Secretary has announced a consultation on children's online safety and also that she will be tabling an amendment to the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill to enable further legislation to come forward on something at some point in the future. All as yet to be determined. Frankly, they're kicking the can down the road. And to quote Baroness Kidron in The Other Place, who's an expert and a campaigner on children's safety online, she said about the government's consultation, "It does not concern itself with the gaps in provision or enforcement of the Online Safety Act, nor the emerging or future threats that we repeatedly raise. It does not seek to speed up enforcement or establish why non-compliant companies are not named in Ofcom research or while they are being investigated. The consultation is entirely focused on 2 amendments that this House might send to the other House, which its backbenchers might agree to. The consultation's purpose is to stave off a backbench rebellion. It is not about child safety or governance, it is about party management. The UK's children deserve better than that." Now, that's not my words, Madam Deputy Speaker. That is the esteemed crossbench peer Baroness Kidron in The Other Place. Now,
The Honourable Lady give way.
I'm very happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I had understood that her party was keen on public consultation, and there's clearly a lot of public concern over this very real problem of online harms and the need to protect children from it. So I am puzzled by the fact that she is seeking to control the parliamentary agenda in just a couple of weeks' time without any substantive proposals and rush through legislation without any consultation. If she's concerned about the scope of the consultation that the government has announced, why not try to amend the scope of that consultation, and why not emphasise the importance of parents in particular having their voices heard rather than rush through potentially probably quite flawed legislation if there is not sufficient time to ensure that everybody's voices are heard in this conversation. It feels like politicking, to be honest, rather than a substantive engagement with the details of the issue.
I'm sorry she feels that way, because we've brought forward a lot of these proposals previously, so it's not politicking. We've long been committed to this issue. And because a number of these things could be done tomorrow. They don't need to be consulted on. The age of digital data consent could be raised tomorrow without any further consultation. It's something that was set by European law. There was a flexibility in what age it was set at. UK chose to set it at 13. A number of other countries have recently raised their age. Unfortunately, amendments to the data bill were rejected to do just that. I think the bit that probably does need consultation in how it would work would be how any sort of ban or restrictions on harmful social media would work. But I think we could legislate for the principle and consult on the operational detail of that. I don't think that's a problem. And I think on her point about making sure parents and young people's voices are heard, I think they have been heard loud and clear up and down the country. They have been pushing and pushing and pushing for this, and they are concerned that the consultation is just going to delay action further. Parents, teachers and young people are crying out for urgent action now. We need a smart approach that allows young people to benefit from the best of the internet, whether that's learning or staying connected with their friends and family online, while properly tackling the harms it can cause. I've given way to him a couple of times. I'm just coming up to completing.
Will she give way just on
that? I haven't intervened before. It was just specifically on the proposals that are being put forward by the Liberal Democrats, because
I'm confused as to what they are. The proposals that have been laid out by the Honourable Lady are not the proposals that were moved in the House of Lords. The House of Lords only talked about user-to-user services. It didn't talk about addictive online gaming, for example. Are we discussing a bill that is the proposals that were laid out in the House of Lords, or are they some new ethereal proposals that the Honourable Member is putting forward? I don't understand what this bill is going to be, because I was expecting when it was put forward today that we would actually see it, so we could discuss it.
I thank you for giving way. So the approach that we've taken on this harms-based framework that we proposed in the other place would apply to chatbots and gaming as well. But
it's only user-to-user services.
The point is, the point is, as I have already laid out, we would come together and come forward with proposals that we can all agree on. Now, as I've said already, the only consultation that should be taking... I'm very grateful that he wishes to help me out, but I suspect he doesn't have my best interests at heart when he said... I'm happy to take him on, then, the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Lady is being characteristically courteous in the way in which she's giving way, and I always have her best interests at heart. But she's right in her speech that she said that people are keen to be heard loud and clear. And she is in her own way, in a rightful way, setting out her position on the floor of the House today about legislation that she would want to see come before the House. But if she thinks that people have been heard loud and clear, can she tell this House whether the things that she has outlined today are in a drafted bill that was sitting somewhere within a safe, somewhere within Liberal Democrat HQ, and why she chose not to publish that this afternoon so that we could have a principled debate on her policy proposals?
Sorry, no. I wouldn't expect the Honourable Member to try and help me out. Look, all of the things I have mentioned, we have put forward at various points in both houses as amendments. So they have been tabled and drafted, albeit, I am happy to admit, they haven't been put together in one bill that I presented today, for which I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker, on that procedural point, which I can see has upset many members. But all of these proposals that I've outlined today have been tabled in both this House and the other place as amendments to various bills, whether it's the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill or the Data Bill last year, or indeed both. Thank you. So, and just to reiterate, on the consultation point, I made this point before, but I reiterate it. I think the only consultation that we should be focusing on now is how these restrictions might work in practice, not whether they are needed at all, because I think the public has made their views pretty clear on that already. As have all the campaign groups, whether they support or oppose a blanket ban. I think there is real consensus, which is why, although I have been criticised for the way I've come forward without a bill, the whole point was I was trying to come forward to say, let's work together, because I think there is real cross-party consensus on this. On that point,
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. There seems to be great confusion in the chamber today, even though the Liberal Democrats have set out their proposals quite clearly, time and again, in different places. And I find it fascinating that we've got opposition party today accusing us of politicking when they probably agree with us on the substance of what we're proposing.